Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, trying to set up... I guess right now we're trying to set up the water and sewage network. So we'll have to build a sewage discharge and set up the sewage pipes. Ideally. Which is gonna take a while. And we'll see if we can run a larger settlement if we have running water. First we'll set up the sewage network completely, then we'll build a water purification plant, a water well, and set up local water supply as running water, I think. Then we only have to import chemicals after that, hopefully. And the technical services should then be obsolete, and maybe we can run a water pipe to Pruskov. We will see. Hello Thunder. Welcome. Played a bit yesterday. Nice. I hope you had a good time. Or I hope you had fun learning, I guess I should say. Because that's what it probably boils down to. Started in 1960, that is a reasonable choice. Oh, that's quite the hill here. Let's see, I guess we can change that one afterwards. Flatten this out a little bit. I mean, I guess I can do it now. Make sure they can still drive here. Yeah, it's a little bit steep. Now we can flatten it that way, probably. Maybe. It really wants more workers. It's not happy with this. Don't know why they charge you more for some old things. You can't sell horses, sadly, from what I saw. You can. But you have to transport them in a truck. You can't just hit the sell vehicle button, because that means you are asking someone to take care of the problem for you. You have to load them onto a vehicle and then deliver them to the customs house. And there should be a livestock vehicle that can transport them, I think. Okay, that does kind of work. Let me try the bin trick. Okay, that was easier than expected. Sure, that looks a little bit better. What should I get for the sale of them? I have no idea, I have not produced any of them. Couldn't tell you. How do you build an underground walkway? I was trying last night, couldn't find a way to connect the pathway up. Well, either you use one of the pedestrian underpasses to get a stairway going that is then underground. And then you can drag like an underground path from there. Or you have to make a somewhat sharp upwards ramp if you want to connect it directly. Because these buildings require maintenance, however if you build it like that it doesn't require maintenance. So pedestrian underpass or a ramp with the Q and E key and then relatively short. So it goes underground. Yeah, I mean, once this is done, you can connect it, I guess. So that would work. So you can use a regular path and connect an underground footpath from there, but it has to be short. It can't be really long, like... Needs to go underground in a reasonable amount of time. Okay. So we're making our own food. I think we have stopped with the import of food now, after I found that last transport route. Seems like 2 carriages can deal with this, hopefully. And not block the entrance for too long, if at all. So we'll see if we can run our own food supply now, because that's gonna save us a bunch of money. Hopefully. And now we have to see what else we have to... Well, we're gonna take care of, like, water. We're still importing crops for feeding our horses, because I can't make both happen. Not yet, at least. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. But yeah, I would like to have running water to reduce the amount of horse carriages going to the customs house. Because maybe we could also export some more lumber. There's definitely the possibility to have more board exports if the customs house wasn't overloaded. Which currently it kind of is. Hello, Deviate Fish. Welcome. Still working on the loyalty of the Republic. Happiness is a little bit low. Haven't really added many attraction buildings. And sports facilities not being available during winter, I guess, are another big issue. But hey, we don't have that many workers right now, so can't be helped. So all of these are going to be at maximum, or like very high fertility now. Which is good. I like that. It's going to mean more crop harvest next year as well. Starting to have some 21-year-olds without their own flat again. Should be low loyalty. Regularly educated citizens. Well, you could move in here. Who is it? Is it highly educated people? Super high loyalty can move in here. Any loyalty here for for any education. It should be low loyalty people then, I guess. It should be. But who is it? Because it's not low loyalty regular educated, is it low loyalty highly educated then? There's one space for you here, so it shouldn't be. Is it Is it uneducated? That should also not be true. Huh. I don't know. Wait, is it? No, it's also not regular education high loyalty. That's also not it. There's also room here. I don't know who's waiting right now to move in. It's probably a form of highly educated, I guess. I would imagine. But maybe not. No, it can't be regular education high loyalty. We do have that covered with these two buildings. There's enough room here. Some of them, well, I mean, they're slowly trickling into buildings. Maybe it just takes a while. Really need more workers here. Come on, guys. More workers in the party HQ. Like that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, now we're getting some 100% education loyalty through. Very good. I think the sewage pipe is going to take a while, but it does have to happen, I think. It's going to be quite important. Maintenance should not be too big of a deal. Plus we'll have the ability to set up another settlement here, and maybe we can use ships. I don't know. Well, I guess I would have to dig this away to make like a harbor here. Not sure what I would use the harbor for. I still want to use transportation routes. Pruskov is also still being developed. The main development that we have right now. The bus stop is available now, so I guess we can try and send firefighters over there. Is that E? No. Pruskov. So, from the labor pickup hall, single stop should do it. Unload as a oh, not that one. Cancel. Go here, unload as a transfer, and then reload. And then go over here and unload there. I don't have an end station yet, so but we do have an overflow set up at Pruskov, so they can arrive at the same time. They don't really need to line space necessarily, but if they do, it's fine. They don't have to. I mean, the line spacing is mostly for getting to the labor pickup hall and not arriving too early so we don't pick stuff up. That's like the main concern. I think we're going to put the end station at the beginning. Yeah, then they all go here, and it's only 4 vehicles, it shouldn't block anything. Should hopefully be fine. If we get firefighters to Pruskov, then yes, we can start building up that settlement too. Expenses are gonna be quite high. Especially as we continue doing construction work. But in the end, this might save us money if we can produce our own water with just chemicals instead of importing it. Water was not really a high like cost import good. It was a high volume one, 200 cubic meters. So that would take care of some of the horses running to the customs house. Because volume is maybe more important than price. Depending on how many crops we have after next harvest, we might turn on the supply from the distribution offices to also pick up from here and deliver to the feeding stations for the horses. That would eliminate crop imports, which are 4th now currently, 5th last year, but food was eliminated, so now they're 4th. Meat, alcohol, clothing, crops. Like all of these are food goods that we need to deal with, ideally. Meat we could do, and alcohol, and food once we have like running water. But we need like a better farming setup, like the throughput is the main issue to work with, to work against. So yeah, I think the water setup is probably going to help. And maybe then we can consider running instead of like the... Well, if we want to have like an overflow export, it would be alcohol, but I don't think it's going to be that, because I think we'll need all the crops we can get to make up the demand of crops that we have in the Republic for food, alcohol, meat. Clothing will probably have to wait with fabric, but maybe we'll also produce fabric. It would be too large of a factory, I think. I think importing fabric and exporting clothing is going to be the cheapest export route with the trade deals rules that we can do. It's not going to be next year because we continued exporting boards. Not sure what the wood price is doing. It's sinking. That's bad. Well, we'll see. Traffic jam at the customs house because of too many dump cars is not good, because it'll slow down everything else. Thankfully it won't affect food, but it might affect water, which could be a problem. A big problem. Especially with the food production drawing a lot of water. Hello Dentrasi. Welcome. This is gonna be expensive and take a while, but I guess it's gotta get done. Send the terraforming workers down here, please. Then we can get rid of the bus stops, I guess. Yeah, I really like the build style. Really got to consider like any transportation that has to happen is like going to cost you, because you need so many vehicles. It's not really that expensive to run, but we still are not making enough crops to feed out like the volume of horses we have. Yeah, the horse plows are, I think, way too fast. But that might change if the developer agrees. Then we have this bus stop now, which we could use to run more fields with a regular route. We do have workers here now. Staffing the fire station. I mean, we don't really need that right now, because I don't think we're going to build anything up here, since we're spending all construction efforts on the sewage pipe. So I might even like put these vehicles back into storage for now. I forgot to remove the road depots, they're already in storage. Never mind. I planned ahead, I guess. Really low life expectancy here, which is good. First terms uttered in a workers and resources game. This is gonna like move through the lower loyalty population and create more orphans, I think. It's gonna keep our orphan supply quite high. Excellent. I'm tempted to try and bring like some people to the university from the regular population pool. We would have to like run so many workers to this, but we might be able to get it done. I'm also thinking of like spending a research point and getting the minimum loyalty for students, just to filter out anyone disloyal getting a university education. But we only get one research point in less than a year, and I kind of need that one for other things too, because we're still losing money. Not that quickly. Like we have a decade left at this rate. But we are still on a timer, so the idea was to get clothing factory set up, but right now I'm trying to minimize the amount of water and sewage trucks we have so we can have more workers here. Because those workers are also going to work in the clothing factory. Maintenance officers are also assigned. Everyone's gotta help. Only two 21-year-olds without their own flat, which is fine. This might be a pretty stable population count then. The amount of students they can take care of is really, really low. I could uncheck the checkbox, I guess, but I do think having the checkbox on might be safer, because this is just going to create a lot of university-educated students. But then again, we're only taking like the loyal ones. The disloyal ones will have to wait until our house frees up in the pollution area of the settlement. The very loyal ones can go either work in the school or the university secret police area. Yeah, I guess we'll leave the checkbox off for now. Should be fine. Very few workers in the secret police. Sometimes that doesn't work as well as it could. Yeah, if I want to have more housing here, I need running water, I think. The food would be the other situation. The food supply, but we can manage that. I have a little bit more capacity left. Transportation should be fine. Food production looks good, like we have 160 tons of crops left. Slowly going through. And it's sowing season again in a week. So they can build that up. So we transport water here into this water tower loop for the technical service to take. So they have to transport here, get the water, and dump it into the substations. I think this might be a good way to run this with actually a water tower, but not connecting it directly to the substations. I hope this will work. I already invested into the piping. And yeah, there would be a bus route here, ferrying workers this way and passengers this way. And in the middle there would be a field. So they would only unload the workers into the field when it's sowing and or harvesting season. And the rest of the year the workers arrive at the settlement, and there's going to be the clothing factory in that area. And that's how we would be able to run farming and clothing factory seasonally instead of like all year round for now. Imagine if we set these houses up where the healthcare wouldn't even reach them. Because then we would make a lot of orphans. But I think a little bit of healthcare is still important. Sowing season starts now. Maybe they're going 19 kilometers an hour plus the 11 kilometers. Maybe they're going 30 kilometers an hour. It's ridiculous though. Really fast. Open hull trucks are now also moving, delaying our water trucks even further. Yeah, this is too risky with the delays at the border. I gotta get the water supply secured. If it runs out in the shopping center, if we run out of water here, we would be in deep trouble. I mean, the issue right now is probably lowered by the fact that if we dump it into the substation, it gets distributed evenly amongst everything. And the thing that is draining the water the most is the food factory. So each building should get enough water, it's just that the food factory is taking so much, and I only have a single water carriage assigned to deliver water here. I could assign more, I guess. It's pulling water from the substations and the carriage, I guess. I think this is going to be okay. But yeah, local water supply. It doesn't technically have to be running water. We could reuse the technical services, but at least we wouldn't have to buy water at the border. We would have to just buy chemicals, which is reducing traffic by a lot. Could have a road going through here as well. And then put the water purification. I mean, the water purification could be here, I guess. Or maybe here? Still want to relocate the heating plant at some point. That is also still open. do I want to sort out biological waste? It would just be a single building, and the technical services could handle it. Would reduce waste from the factory, I guess, so why not? I think I have to temporarily remove the road connecting into the fire station. Oh, I just built it here, I guess. Sure. Horses and broadswords. Hello, Taz. Welcome. Glorious Republic of 629 people. We must not forget when harvest season is up on us to send out the... Oh, you don't work if there's vehicles here. I did not know that. Okay, well that's a problem. I guess I just have to realize that and... That means we kind of need a distribution office for this to help with it, I guess. Okay, sure. I'll have to research distribution offices next year. I think it's going to be really helpful. Putting our existing distribution offices in proper vehicles, making sure we don't run out of their capacity, will be really helpful. And we can have one here that brings in the crop harvest, but also distributes like crops to the feeding stations, for example. If we ever produce enough crops for everything. Currently that is not the case. It's gonna be so long until we see an actual green number for our monthly income export-import cost view. It's gonna take a while. But yeah, citizens' goods are the priority, I guess. Because it'll also be our fuel for our vehicles, so really important. We'll have to have a lot more farming. We'll have to assist the fields with like distribution offices to bring all the harvest in. Or we just run it like this and set up more farms and let them not get fully harvested, which means that their fertility will always be relatively high because they're not being overworked. Not that much anyway. But if we do get some biological waste, then yes, we can also put that into the ground and really push for 100% fertility. And the good thing is that once the containers here run full with biological waste, it'll just get put into the mixed waste and then get exported. Maybe we should set up an incinerator, but I don't know, the export of the waste products... It's mostly wastewater, like mixed waste and hazardous waste is 500 rubles. Less than 500 rubles. Wastewater is 1,000. So we want to deal with wastewater and water import. Crime is starting to kick off a lot. Don't really have a plan for a prison, but if we get the water situation under control, we could run a prison here too, because it would require more workers, so we would need another building, more people getting fed and so on. I don't want to expand the settlement, it feels very fragile. It's a process. No, let's let them go to the end station last. First pickup should be a lot of workers, and then end station is fine. I'll be okay. We'll probably have to stop with the construction work to ferry most people to the farm work during that time. But until then, I guess we'll see how much we can get done. Technically, during that time, I guess I can just unassign the workers from the building, and I guess unassign the worker construction office itself from the building here. But yeah, we can do that at the time when it actually becomes relevant, I guess. Sports enjoyment at 84%, very good. It just drops a lot during winter, I guess. But what can you do? Build an indoor pool, requires more workers. Would make the settlement more unstable. Let's not do that. Oh yeah, and running water closer by is also going to be important to run the food factory more reliably. We are dropping in food right now because of the lack of water. Not because of the lack of crops. Still got 140 tons. If we ever produce enough crops to sustain our food production needs and our vehicle refueling needs, I'd be happy. And then we would have to add meat on top of that, and maybe clothing production. But yeah, getting that all done with horse carriages is its own challenge. We're like 3 years away from the first trucks showing up. Things are gonna get different then too. I do wonder if I should pull the time back another 10 years again. Once we get to 1910, we go back to 1900. And we spend like 100 years in this. But maybe for the future, for a future run, like 100 years before we actually get trucks. So we could go 1900 to 1910 and then always loop it back and forth. 10 times before we let the time progress normally. Because we're still not going to get a lot of things done right now. And I'm also not sure if we ever could be profitable with this. We would have to be. Otherwise you couldn't survive 100 years, I guess. Do prices reset, or are they climbing with longer game time? I think the inflation would already kick in, so that would be the problem, I guess. That we would have huge amounts of inflation in the 1900s. The 19th century, I mean. I couldn't change that, I don't think. Couple more bricks. And a lot of work on that long sewage pipe. But the resources can be delivered right here. At least they should be able to. Yeah. Way too many workers here right now. Building roads without excavators is like a refreshing experience. I like it a lot, yeah. I have done that before. But it was paving roads without like paving equipment. It had the same feel to it. In the 1920s start, when pavers and rollers are not available. And now you have to do it for gravel roads too. I like it. But it is very slow. Especially longer term projects like a sewage pipe. I mean, it really encourages you to actually build next to water. So you don't have to set up these large infrastructure projects from the beginning. But once it's up, I think it'll be easy enough to maintain. It just takes a while to build initially. How much does early radio employ? Like 50 people? I don't know. $75 times 3, so 225. More than half of our current population. But yeah, a radio would like really drive home the fact that we would have massive amounts of loyalty in our republic. Forgot it needs to run 24/7. I guess it doesn't technically need to, but you can't set the shifts. So you can't say like this is like a really big shift and this is a closed shift. If it only runs like middling at a third capacity, then it doesn't really provide that much of a boost anyway. Okay, I might need higher loyalty here. There's people in here with 0% loyalty. What the hell? That's disgusting. I wonder if I can phase out the assignments to buildings and let them walk wherever they want. It might be possible. We'll give it a try. This might have repercussions, but let's try it. I'll keep the grocer assigned from the low loyalty people staffing that. Let's see if it'll sort itself out. But you are definitely going to work in the party HQ as well. People with, like, buildings with specialized function will be assigned directly. This might be a little bit more reliable. Just thinking of starting an extremely small city with a unit to unlock into important stuff for the bigger city down the road, but maybe I don't have the ability to judge ratios for worker shifts yet, especially for the shopping center. Oh god, come on, more workers here. Sheesh. I mean, right now we're at 50% capacity by a setting of 12, so I have some capacity left. We need to realize that at some point capacity might drop to 70% of what it is when building maintenance triggers. So I don't really like going over 50% of the capacity of the grocers or the shopping centers. Otherwise we're gonna run into issues long term, but right now it's okay. There should be enough spare capacity to have the building undergo maintenance and it not being an issue. I guess we could try that right now. Now let's continue with the construction here. More stuff to be done. Or... no, let's undergo maintenance. Let's not do that in winter. Building maintenance. Let's put the pipe to low priority. And make sure this thing doesn't run into huge amounts of trouble, but yeah. I like having it at 50% at most, to make sure nothing goes wrong when the reconstruction triggers. If you have it at 70%, then you're gonna get into problems because the number of workers fluctuates. So yes, if they were full capacity, it would work, but sometimes they go up and down, and then the amount of people in front of the store is just gonna keep growing during the maintenance. Could also say that, yes, it's fine, the maintenance will go quickly and you have a really reliable construction sector. Then you don't have to worry about it that much. Thankfully we have very high loyalty. Not really in the workers here, but decent enough loyalty. So the amount of shoppers handled is still quite good. A lot of crime happening though, when people have to wait in front of the store. Alcohol kiosk already undergoing maintenance too. I guess it's that time. No free refueling stations for horses yet? There is. There has been since the start. A free horse feeder. Always has been. So now they can go to the construction site of the long sewage pipe if nothing else needs to get done. However, this one they're supposed to finish. This one they shouldn't really wait too much. I wonder if this bridge is too low for trains. It's probably way too low for trains to run through here. Small trains might be okay. I don't want to rebuild the bridge. Oh boy. This is not okay. Come on, guys, more workers here. Don't make me min-max manually assign people to the orphanage. You dumb idiots. Go keep working in the orphanage. Why are you so dense? This is gonna ruin the loyalty for the current orphans. Why are they so stupid? No, I think I have to leave it on manually assigned to that building. It's that important. I think this building needs to be assigned to the orphanage. That's a given. Other assignments can stay, but the orphanage is that important. Today, Happy New Year, right? Others, the early start looks to be very slow to get things done compared to other times. Hello, Willy Ken. Same to you. Yes, it is. And that's why I like it. I'm tempted to add another 100 years on top of it. So faking like a 1800 start. I wonder... If we manually edit the availability for the horses to 1800, everything else would work, right? Maybe for a future run. We still need to gain some experience with the resources. Because currently we're not making any money. We set up a lot of things, but don't make much. And then we would also need trains earlier, I guess. I don't know. Need a cattle farm maybe? Probably, yeah. Currently I'm trying to deal with the demand for crops and food. I need a reliable supply of water to my food factory, which sometimes doesn't work. We also want to remove the export of sewage water, which costs us 1,000 per year. I technically exported metal scrap with the demolition office, which I shouldn't have been allowed to do because it made us some money based on the trade deal rules. So that was a 24 ruble cheat, but I had to rebuild the customs house for rubles, so I feel like I deserve that one. Maintenance is done, everything is fine. Minus the 20 crimes, I guess. We could set up a police to delay the happiness loss, I guess. Because they're still going to complain if no one deals with the crime itself after the police has investigated it, but it would put it into the police station and then wait a really long time until it actually triggers. But it's just going to delay the inevitable, I guess, because there's not going to be no punishment. But it would remove the unhappiness from crime for a while. Biological waste, please. I think we should add another water truck, maybe. It's barely able to keep up. Go and deliver water to the food factory, please. So we're working the substations. I could remove 4 dump trucks, make the construction of the sewage pipe a lot slower, which would reduce traffic issues by a lot. But right now it seems to be working alright, I guess. Just a little bit delayed. Hopefully. Hopefully no serious issues. So we still got 31 tons of food left. We didn't have to import any food so far. 115 tons of crops. If I turn on the food supply for the horse carriages at our grain silo, then yeah, it's gonna drain a lot more. Last year we imported crops for 166 tons. So we wouldn't be able to fully deal with it yet. I would need more grain production. I'd probably do that before setting up the livestock farm. Even though meat is at the top now, after we dealt with food. And crops is down here. 20 tons of meat. alcohol. I don't know. I need distribution offices. I need to maybe increase the amount of lumber we export. Maybe lumber is not the right thing to do with horse carriages. I mean, it's up to 9 rubles now, so it went up by a ruble. Who knows? We'll try and minimize costs. And then think about setting up the clothing factory. That's still our main idea for profit. It's gonna be quite far. We'll have to see how many horse carriages we need transporting fabric. But shouldn't be too bad, I think. A month until harvest season. Need to not forget about the horse carriages. And unassigning the construction offices from being able to pick up workers. I mean, it's only one construction office. The maintenance offices need to still have that ability because they need to continue working, of course. I also need to tell the technical services to transport biological waste to the correct destination now. Oh, we can't drop it off into these farms, huh? I would need a waste dump then. For now, I'm just gonna deal with biological waste. Just recalled my father and his father telling me how before backhoes they would line up a group of men to dig a ditch. I didn't like that job. There were other men waiting for work. Is there a mod that fixes the statistics menu? They all start 1920, cannot go below. You have to either delete the stats in your save game or go into it and search for 1920 and replace the 2 entries with 1900. So save the game, go into your save game folder, look for the stats.ini file, and either delete it or edit the 1920 to 1900 manually, and then reload the save game. Load fertilizer, unload, load fertilizer, unload. Only waiting until loaded in case there's like one farm is already full for some reason. Can you build wagons in a vehicle factory? Yes. You can also breed your own horses. There's a carpenter workshop and a stud farm. It takes crops to make more horses. And steel, boards and fabric to make wagons. So it is possible. And technically it might be possible to export horses, although I have not investigated that possibility yet. New industry, yep. A vehicle factory you can build right from the get-go, without having to do any research. Gonna be so many trees. Hopefully I don't have to worry about replanting for a while. Okay, 15 people waiting for a building. That number is gonna go down during winter, as flats will open up here next to the heating plant. Do I try and let some extra people in? I don't think so. Right now, still the orphans have priority. We get 33% highly educated. I mean, people with more loyalty. As high loyalty as possible. I might have to go back to propaganda machine. There's people with like university education in here that don't have 100% loyalty. That's unacceptable. Let the propaganda machine do its thing. You can have a little bit of sports enjoyment, I guess, but happiness and culture enjoyment you get when you get out of this building. Not while you're in the orphanage. Oh, an epidemic. Death, very infectious. Lasts a long time. Great. Beautiful. Well, let's crank up the clinic to the maximum, I guess. I'm sure it'll be fine. 15% until harvest season. I could make a bus stop just for the harvest vehicles. We could automate this. Because they would then stand around at the bus stop until the fields actually need something done. Problem would be that also workers would always go to the bus stop. And I don't really want that. Changing stats and I've worked, thanks, you're welcome. Maybe let's put the waste storage somewhere else, because I think this is going to be the distribution office for crop distribution, which will be built here. And then you're gonna run from here to the farms again. It's gonna take so long for any biological waste to make its way here in a reasonable amount of like quantity for us to actually be useful. I don't know if you could actually pick up from here too. So we pick up the biological waste directly from this area instead of the dump. That would work, wouldn't it? Then we don't need the dump maybe, if that works. Waiting until loaded would be the issue then, because there's only one parking space here. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. I mean, it would work if we had like a one with 2 parking spaces, I guess. Then I could have one vehicle waiting here to load the biological waste at all times. Or we make a dedicated container stand that only holds biological waste, then it will also work, I guess. That would be the alternative. So next year, we'll trigger the research for distribution office, and then we need to set up some horse distribution offices to get things running more efficiently. We'll try and reduce the amount of horses transporting water and sewage, which will also reduce our food consumption by a lot, like our crop consumption. And it will make our customs house more efficient, allowing more export vehicles to actually get to it. I don't know if I need more vehicles. They're probably just being delayed actually going to the customs house for a while. So maybe the quantity we have is sufficient, but I guess we'll find out. If we build a heating plant for the settlement outside, it would be somewhere here, next to the existing bus stop. Then it could provide heating to the settlement. And we could extend it somewhere up here, maybe down there. Heating into both areas. I think that would do okay. So we will have to unassign the workers for construction soon. I would like to... The maintenance offices are not assigned here, which is good. I guess we could just unassign the construction offices for workers, but it does auto-assign itself to areas, and, well, I don't want to manually unassign it everywhere. I'll just unassign the workers from it. And I guess we'll do that now. The maintenance offices will still be allowed to pick up workers, because maintenance is important. They're also still assigned to the plumbing construction down next to the sewage discharge, which they will be allowed to finish. I'm okay with that. But other than that, we can send out our horse carriages, I guess. And that'll clog up the worker hall, the labor hall, until people are actually needed on the fields. No one else is really going to the labor hall anyway. Maybe we'll get a lot more harvest done this year, because I'm optimizing the amount of workers going to it with the end station. We will see. I guess that depot could stay. That one is in a good place.
that a little bit further away from the main road. If it allows me to place it. It does not. I want to click this because then it's gonna look absolutely hideous, I think. Just build it here. It's fine. Looks like the carriages are running. Now that it's at 100%, you can finally deliver passengers, I guess. Oh, I guess they're not waiting at the labor pickup hall because I didn't tell them to like load twice. And there's an end station on this line that they're always going to go to. So yeah, I guess that doesn't work. But on the next pickup, they'll bring people here. Because now there's an actual demand for workers. On the 19th of July, very early. Got like half a month extra for harvesting. And we're gonna need it. So many workers. It's gonna be good, I hope. They're not going and building any house up here. The sewage pipe needs dedicated workers delivered to it. They can't walk onto the construction site on their own. So everything should be going into the fields. What if the farms could actually support buses to deliver like people to the fields? So instead of like a harvester, you would have a bus in there too. What if? Stop it with the orphanage, come on. I have a full building assigned to you. That was a single tick. It's fine. We're still looking better than before. It'll be fine. If that happens again, I'll assign another building. We need to cram the orphanage full with tutors. At really all times. Because a situation like this is unacceptable. Pause the game right now. It looks like you have enough. But it's too little. They're getting other issues. Hello, Hank. Welcome. Maybe I need more horse carriages for this. I guess I could get more. We're also supposed to bring more firefighters up there. But I've postponed that while construction work is ongoing of the sewage pipe. Why are you still... Wait, there's another one. There's 2 passenger carriages here too. I'll unassign that one. Everyone focus on the harvest right now. And yes, I think I'll get another carriage or two. These ones could have 4 horses. But I think everything having 2 horses is kind of fine for me. That route. Okay. We have to assign another building. Because this is not acceptable. I don't want a loyalty drop in here. Oh my god. Make sure the orphanage is staffed with loyal people. Let's go. That's better. Happiness at 50% is pretty terrible. No water. Well, I was worried about that. Hopefully just a temporary thing. This is delaying water deliveries to the food factory. I don't know how you exited that way. Strange. Maybe you just went to refuel. I'm gonna call it refuel now. It's fine. Okay, that's slightly better. Slightly better, I said. I swear. We need an extra building just making sure the orphanage is like well supplied with workers. It's ridiculous. I mean, the overflow of workers is currently going all into the worker hall. That's why the orphanage is struggling. Other buildings who are not like manually assigned get people from like residential buildings set up to auto distribute, and they balance between all buildings, including the labor hall. The labor hall is kept quite empty right now during the harvest season. I don't know if we're going to be able to harvest everything fully. I'm wondering if I should bring in some bio waste. Fertilizer is cheaper than bio waste, so it would be fertilizer then, I guess. If we get a full harvest through, then I will have to set up more fields, I think, for the crop rotation. Which would be... Do we set up the farms here? I'm still thinking about the fact that they... Well, I mean, they will have to transport the crops throughout the year to the food factory. So the farms here would have to have their own grain silo, I guess. That they can, like, bring the harvest into. And then the transportation would be from the grain silo to the other grain silo. Continuously. With a distribution office, ideally. So we don't get a traffic jam in front of the grain silo. Here it's a warehouse because I was like, the grain silo is right across the road, it's fine. I have some dedicated vehicles always moving it across. But yeah, for further away farms, I guess a grain silo would be necessary. Or we could set up farms that directly feed into a livestock hall. And we get the meat out of that and store it in a refrigerated storage. Like, get the livestock, butcher it, and store it. Because we don't want to, like, keep water around necessarily. If we kept the livestock, then we'd have to, like, provide them running water constantly. But I guess it's either running water constantly or electricity for the storing of the meat. But I guess meat could be an export good instead of clothing. Because we would need to only import chemicals with that. Crops we could provide ourselves. %25 harvested at the end of August, September, October, November. We started in the mid of July. I don't think these fields are going to finish harvesting, which might retain some of their fertility at least, but probably not all. Yeah, maybe we'll start the farms here first. So there would be farms, like an entrance for maybe on this side. 2 farms next to a grain silo in the middle. They would take care of 4 fields each, like this. And then we could have the same thing on the other side, and there would be a constant route of workers going through here in the future. And whenever the fields are running, they drop off here and do the field thing instead of whatever's on this side, which would be the clothing factory. Clothing is also quite expensive, but not the highest one right now. That definitely will have to be combined with a for-profit route, because 2.4 tons of clothing last year is easily produced. Even with like a single horse carriage could do that for domestic supply. 2.4 tons would be 4.8 tons of fabric, and they transport 0.8. So not that much to ask for in the span of a year. I don't want the clothing factory here, otherwise it's going to drain all of the workers. Plus, this settlement was supposed to handle the clothing factory partially, and making sure it doesn't burn down. Man, I think we need the clothing factory first. Do I stop exporting lumber? Not yet. I don't know. I mean, next year we would have the research point combined with the one for the lumber export to actually run the clothing factory. Or maybe it's time to migrate over. I still need more workers here, so I can actually run people to the clothing factory. Because the main bulk of the workforce was supposed to be in this settlement that we can carry over. I don't want them living right next to the clothing factory. This was just the overflow workers count for the settlement, so we don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat, really. But yeah, we used up half of our money, I guess. Hello, Burns. Welcome. I mean, the clothing factory was supposed to be built after the settlement is running. With the settlement's help. Probably another second fire station. Make sure that the maintenance of the horse carriage doesn't cause any problems. Heating plant is running again. Or not. Yeah, water supply is, I guess, the important bit. A water well. If we plant this smartly, it could be somewhere here and provide water directly to the distillery. But we're not having that. It's all gonna go through water purification. I guess that one could be inside the roundabout. Would reach some buildings. I would only need like one worker in here technically. Don't need a road connection for that building. Big water well into water purification plant, probably here next to the technical service for water. Don't like how that looks. I guess we have to put a gravel footpath over there to make it look nice. And it's going to take up a little bit less space, sure. And water purification plant probably on that side. I was thinking distribution office here, but maybe distribution office... I don't know. I mean, distribution office here would be ideal, because then the vehicles could get repaired without having to send a truck out. But then again, the repairs are really quick, so the horse carriages moving out to repair things is not a huge issue. And I really like that the internal storage lasts for so long if you repair vehicles early enough. A small early start water treatment plant. Does it fit in here? It does. So the large water well can handle a ton of water. Our limiting factor is going to be water treatment. 240 cubic meters a day. Definitely a single large pipe should be possible. This might be the thing that drains most of the electricity of the settlement, the larger water pump. And then we would have running water here. Like clean water, I mean. Potted water. And then the technical service could pick up from here until we draw the water pipes through the network. But the sewage system is still the important bit first. So this will have to wait until the sewage pipes are all done. And if it draws too much electricity, we do have a transformer here. With 4 megawatts of power. So we can have another substation or two. I had just had a dust shell popping up. I was so worried, but I'm installing Star Citizen and that installer is like an installer from the past that like runs DOS shells all the time. It's so weird. It might be deleting my PC right now, but we'll see. That shouldn't have been visible on stream, but maybe it got paused for a brief second. Once we got all the gravel here, we can start delivering to another sewage pipe and yeah, start slowly hooking everything up. First sewage pipe is ready. Dust's getting shelled. Take cover. I haven't interacted with Star Citizen for 10 years, and I decided to recover my account recently to see if I could still get in. I had to interact with support and it was a smooth experience. And now I have my account back. But my god, the installer feels old. Maybe the settlement could also deal with a waste incinerator. We could maybe filter out metal scrap and construction waste. But if I wanted to export that properly, I would have to, yeah, get a point for exporting metal scrap and construction waste. Plus incinerated waste would count as processed waste based on the trade deals rules. Oh, we might actually harvest all the fields. I'm throwing that many workers at it. Cool, cool. Hopefully the warehouse can keep up. So no distribution office here. It's gonna be the water supply. Distribution offices can be elsewhere. Nearby, but elsewhere. The whole farm setup with the warehouse here might at some point change, but it's a nice thing to have right next to our food production, I guess. I'm thinking of moving the water purification, but I think it's a nice place to have it at. It's just maybe the waste storage here that needs to move. Yeah, if we had a livestock hall, then we could make our own fertilizer. That would be nice. I would probably only do that if we had the ability to incinerate excess, though. And I don't think it's necessary right now. I mean, these fields are probably going to reset if we harvest them completely. Let's move the waste storage again. This will mainly hold biological waste, it'll be fine. Distribution office here, helping with the farming. Connected right to this road, it'll be okay. Maybe the road's gonna continue. I don't like four-way junctions, but maybe this is one of the rare cases where I'll build one. So distribution office and maybe the waste storage. Because we could also set up a waste vehicle inside the distribution office to move it to the farms from the storage. Seasonal transportation. In 2 months, 2.5 months, we will be able to start the research for the distribution office, which we will do. I kind of have the option for going more towards loyalty, or actually working with the logistics in our republic, and I think the logistics are more important right now. Because of money situation. I think we have enough highly educated people. I don't really have to worry about that. During winter, we'll presumably get more orphans again. Otherwise, this looks okay. And a month and a half left for harvest season. There's extra crops on the fields right now. We're not be able to transport everything in quick enough, apparently. Which again is fine. Like it'll become fertilizer. That's fine. But if we do harvest everything and bring everything in, then the fields are gonna be too low fertility for next year. And maybe at that point I would have to import biological waste or fertilizer. Which is going to be interesting, because if I use biological waste and fertilizer imported for a resource like alcohol that I want to export, it would also be requiring a trade deal with the trade deal rules. So ideally I would make my own fertilizer. Maybe I should set up a livestock hall once we have water hooked up. Because the water substation close to this could be the first one to actually have running water. Then we have a livestock hall here. We import some cows, and they just continuously make fertilizer for us. It doesn't have to be a lot, but yeah, some would help. Less stuff to do with the customs house, I guess. Okay, all the resources are present at the sewage pipe, so we can start with the next one. All the current resources: gravel, boards, and concrete. Construction will resume once harvest season is over. Left fields are doing a lot worse. Yep, I need the distribution office. Especially for sowing season. The carriages on the fields blocking the plows was not ideal. I haven't built a horse distribution office yet. I hope it's going to work well. Should be quite compact and hold a lot of horses. I think it had like a capacity of 7 or 8. 7. Might build 2 of them. They can then handle bringing in the harvest and distributing food in the settlement and other citizen goods, and even like crops for the horse feed. Like we're basically using the same vehicles for everything, almost everything. It's kind of neat. Oh my god, loyalty is going down a lot. I mean, I have some houses with people with 0% loyalty. Some of them are getting really, really upset. Oh, unknown loyalty. Not good. You're sending workers too much into areas where you shouldn't. I guess I do need more highly educated people here. We're not getting enough people running in the university. We need any loyalty here really, except less than 25%. We need more highly educated people. You are that loyalty, sure. They're pretty much full. Can relocate some highly educated people over. Let's do this and this. A month until snowfall. We're at 70%, so probably not going to finish, but that's good. If I were to produce my own livestock, I wouldn't need a livestock hall. I could just have the livestock production. At some point the meat would run full and then we would have the livestock remaining inside the livestock farm. And there's room for 18 tons of livestock in there. That might not be enough fertilizer, but I think it would be. The livestock hall can hold 225 tons of livestock, and that would output so much fertilizer. Yeah, I guess livestock farm. I mean, it could be its own settlement. Like you see, the pollution is only 2 tons per year. You could build a village around that. It doesn't require a lot of workers, and we barely need any meat. Meat factory, alcohol factory. Once we have a distribution office here dealing with the crop distribution from the warehouse to the silo, it might be time to set up a distillery here too, but we kind of still need to make sure we have enough food. Right now it seems to be holding exactly where it needs to be. But it might be insufficient. Especially if we want to refuel our vehicles with our own crops. Okay, not too much of a traffic jam, but there is one. $210 people with low government loyalty. Something is dragging down the loyalty a lot. I mean, I'm allowing people with low loyalty to move into the nation, which might be a problem. Maybe I should not allow anyone with less than 25% loyalty into the nation. How about that? How about we cut those people out? It will lower birth rate, but it'll bring up happiness, I guess. Well, in these buildings they're going to be allowed, because these are going to be overflow buildings for the creation of more orphans, next to the heating plant with low lifespan. Yeah, maybe that's going to help. These buildings should not have really low loyalty. 25% or higher is okay. Maybe at some point even we're going to go up to 50% and just put the low loyalty people in houses like this around the heating plant. I'll probably need another residential building working the orphanage. Yeah, these houses with the heating plant could be relocated here with heating pipes. And then the houses would automatically decide to work in the farms when it's sowing and or harvesting season. And the passengers can get picked up by a constant bus route to get ferried into the settlement. Although I do not have a... I just realized I don't have a passenger stop. So passengers arriving from Prosco going to our settlement currently have nowhere to go. Could move something, I guess. Could move the vehicle repair station and the carousel. Or we could build it here, maybe. Move the technical service, have a road connection from this side to this side. Only for buses, really. So it would only go to through the bus stop. No one else would really take that route. There would not be a direct road connection. So in the beginning, I guess it would be just somewhere here. Maybe a free bus stop, but later on it would be connected closer to this setup. We would also need to prevent them from going into the university. That we do by not picking up the students, I guess. I mean, 40% loyalty isn't bad. Especially with that low happiness. It's just that the average happiness of the citizens is quite poor. I guess we can also stop the route of the harvesters, like the workers going to the fields, in a week or two. And take the rest of the crops as, like, fertilization for the fields. Maybe I'll get the research for distribution offices done in time, so that we can move all of the farming equipment off of the fields into the distribution office. Well, we'll see how good it gets once we set up water and run the sewage system. A week now until snowfall, and then another week until everything vanishes. December 3rd or something is when the fields lose all of their crops. Yeah, I think I should stop the harvest. That means we can assign the workers to go back onto, well, their work duty and picking up people from the worker hall. Lots of work to be done, digging out the sewage pipe trench here. That switch is also not hooked up yet. Hello, Kelly McGilrath. Welcome. Happy New Year to you too. I still got like 9 hours in 2025. I'll see how it goes. Food is holding steady, but crop count is going up. Oh, we're full on crops. Yeah, I guess that could have been an issue. Not enough crop transportation out of the storage. We'll fix that with a distribution office. Which we can start researching in slightly over a month. Because of the free research point we get 1910. That means we're going to be a third of the way through our, well, increased early start run. But not that far off of actual trucks. I'm still wondering if I should move over to trucks or not. Because fuel is going to be like, I don't know. I don't think there's any fuel nearby, like oil export, in case fuel prices get high. There would always be the option to move back to like horses. Plus we would need a dedicated maintenance facility for trucks. That's newfangled technology, and I don't know if I like that. Or we just say we reset the time another 10 years. Maybe I should put it to chat vote, depending on what chat wants. So in a month, let me set up the poll. I'm gonna make it a poll. Should we go back 10 years to 1900? Yes. No. So only one voting option this time. Should we go back to 10 years to 1900? You have a month to vote on this. I'll set it up. You can type 1 in chat for yes or 2 in chat for no. What this would mean is once we hit 1910 in a month, we would reset back to 1900. And stay with horses, as long as chat wants. Means that we delay the arrival of trucks for a while. 2 votes for no, 1 for yes. So we would not go back to 1900 so far. When it's a tie, when chat makes it a tie, then what is it going to be? Is it going to be random, or am I going to say then we stay in 1900 for... If it's a tie, we stay in 1900. Let's put it that way. So if you don't want to wait for too long, vote no. A tie will mean 1900. Okay, the fields have reset. Fertility remained the same. Good. Neat. This could be the run already where we spent like 100 years just with horses. But it would be a slow one. While you do the voting, I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Didn't know you could reset the date and keep it all built this far. Well, I did install the Time Master mod, so we should have the ability to do that. Never being able to build large buildings. I mean, I am trying to build out the settlement with the horse carriages. The main issue is going to be we're going to not have any trains. So maybe staying between 1910 and 1920 would be preferable. Because then we might have access to some steam locomotives. The Prussian T18 would be available. Let's see, and the that series. Wouldn't even have access to the BR80. I would put that boat up, I guess, every decade, and then if people like the decade, we can either stay in it or not. I would keep 1910 to 1920, I think. Maybe, yeah. But I will still want to put it up for a vote. We have until the end of December, depending on what people want. I still like practicing with the horse carriages, I guess. But maybe some industrial progress is going to be necessary. I don't know if the mod has any bugs if I do this. I know it's gonna like mess with the dates in the export statistics. Because currently we have entries from 1900 to today, and it's gonna overwrite them again, I think. So our resource statistics are gonna get messed up. If we reset the time. And a tie for the vote means we stay in 1900. So we reset the time. Which is currently winning. So I have to find that there is not going to be a tie. Playing with the timescale mod, 4 times slower, and yeah, the events are bugged, but the idea is amazing. Yeah, I agree. The seasons and events are quite messy in that mod. Four times a winter start is like, or 4 times a winter end is like bam, bam, flashbang, flashbang. How do we find the time to run a game 4 times slower? I mean, it's like a regular game, except you don't go through the era as much. If you enjoyed the period between 1940 and 1950, or 1950 and 1960, then a 4 times slower mod is the only way to savor the vehicles that are available during that era as much as possible, I guess. I was away, what's the reasoning behind resetting the date? Maybe people want me to have more horses, more time with horses before trucks become available next decade. So it's a vote between technological progress or staying in the past right now. But a vote for staying in the past means we delay the arrival of steam locomotives for another 10 years. I don't know. I like both ideas, I guess. I still like trying to figure things out with like horse carriages, because I assume at some point I'm going to try an 1800 start, which is going to be a nightmare. Are we having fun with the horses? Yes. I really like it right now. I'm wondering if we can set up a functioning economy with just... well, it's mostly a crop-based economy. We're not going to be able to deal with all of the production materials. The lumber export doesn't really make us much money with what it is then. Well, that means no trains for another 10 years, but that's fine. We do get an extra free research points still. That one is not going to go away. We get that every decade. Another 12 days of voting until 1st of January. I hope it doesn't bug out. I'm gonna drop a save before that. But yeah, I'm absolutely okay with that being a vote every 10 years. I'm not gonna do it every year because then it might be very strange. Also, it would be kind of weird when steam trains unlock and then suddenly we go back 10 years and they become unavailable again. Maybe at that point it has to be every year. I don't know. I don't want to run a vote every year though. But I think right now with the horses and not really any other vehicles in our possession that have unlocked that we're using, it makes sense. I mean, we can do the 10-year vote every now and then. I just have to be aware that some of the vehicles might become unavailable again and then unlock again, so shouldn't be a problem. It's just a supply shortage at that point. Sixteen 21-year-olds without their own flat. When I started early start, I had the same problems with resetting every year, having the vehicles unlocked, so I went with slower speed. Yeah, I think I would disable the warning messages of vehicles unlocking and just... I mean, I don't plan on buying a lot of vehicles normally, but the steam locomotives, you would then have to say, okay, they unlock like in a specific date, and if you do reset, maybe you do it like... Maybe those are like the milestone dates. And you say like, okay, we're not going to do it like at the every 10 years, but we do it every 10 years after the train has unlocked. So at that point, I guess I would say 10 years, like in 1922, we would do another vote if we go back to the unlocking of the Prussian T18. Well, it would have to be the track builder, I guess. But not really. I think the T18 would be the better one to go for. This one becomes available in 1919, so we can only start building tracks in 1919. But we don't need another track builder for a long time anyway. So that would be alright. Yeah, maybe I'll do that if we ever get to 1912 and unlock this steam locomotive, we would do a vote again in 1922. This time script also set the inflation back? I don't think so, no. I don't think it messes with the resources. I'm not aware of it changing the inflation, which would be our economy being under constant stress. Like at some point we're gonna be running after the inflation, but we can deal with that by trying to make everything ourselves. It's the last day. The vote is gonna end in half a day. So I'm gonna stop the poll. 3, 2, 1. Poll is over. 1st of January 1910. We're going to go back in time to 1900. I'm going to drop a save just in case something goes wrong. I'm going to call it first time skip. Move a decade back. Blop. Done. We're back in 1900, guys. Everything's fine. Nothing wrong. We just started the game. Actually, we're earlier than that because we started the game in like in March, I think. So this is gonna create new data that doesn't even exist in the game normally. Two years till first inhabitants with 1900 start. Good. Got 400 right now. I took 2 years, but I wasn't rushing it, yeah. And we already got inhabitants in 1900, like we were super quick with our start this time. And yeah, a free research point, right, you're right. We need to research distribution offices. Very important. So we got 2 free ones. 1 for a settlement. It's 3 in total. 3 are used. 1 for export boards. And 2 for tech. Next one is for 1 K-pop. Each settlement with 200 citizens, or each settlement with like every 2,500 people, not 1,000 people, no. Otherwise a large settlement would be too easy late game. So in the beginning I guess it encourages you to have a lot of little settlements, but then you might migrate over to large settlements. Next research point will basically be Pruskov, I think. We'll never get 2,500 pop of horses. Just watch me. Just you wait. But yeah, we'll do this again. This vote again in 1910, and then maybe people are sick of horses, or like we've made so much progress that people like it. Like now it says December 1899. There was no statistics for that. It's going to overwrite each of the statistic entries. We'll see if everything works well, I guess, in February, because that's the first time it'll have to write to the stats file. I'm not sure what's going to happen. It should be fine, I think. Oh, they're already done building these. Good. Like digging the trench out. The construction of the sewage pipe itself doesn't take that much time. It's mainly about the resources arriving. Yeah, I think it'll all come down to us dealing with our inert demand of citizen goods. Now we don't have the, like, all time doesn't work anymore. Food, clothing, meat, alcohol, crops. These goods are the important ones. We have to basically deal with all of them, I think. More or less. This is still tracking the old statistics from last time, so it's slowly overwriting these with no imports. This is like all old information from when we started the game, I think? No. What is this information from? Because we didn't import that many resources in the beginning. Did we? We didn't import 1,150 tons of water. Yeah, I guess these resource statistics are getting quite messy now. Not sure what's gonna happen. Just have to deal with it, I guess. But yeah, the goal is to find a source of profit. It might also be that we build a waste incinerator next to the customs house, and we start importing a trickle of hazardous waste with a horse carriage. Any profit idea is maybe okay now. However, because we're running trade deal rules, I have to pre-plan for that a little bit. I think resetting the date might have also instantly grown all the trees. Or maybe not. No, I don't think it has. It looks like it has, though. I think they just grew up that time. They are not fully done yet. Still at 2,400, it should be way higher than that. Can only start providing running water to the settlement until the whole sewage network is hooked up. Because as soon as these people decide that they have running water from this water substation, they'll also dump sewage into any of the other sewage tanks. I don't really need that many sewage tanks anymore, but it's like how the settlement historically developed with the amount of water and sewage carriages we had. But I guess future ones wouldn't really need that. If we were to run water and sewage to Pruskov, we also wouldn't need much of a technical service here. We would just need the waste, I guess, and I could maybe skip on the water tower as well. I mean, I definitely want to develop a sewage pipe to it, I guess. But we're going to try this water setup, I think. Or do I just tear it down and write it off before I start investing heavily into this? It's only the water pipes right now that were overbuilt. I think I should probably write this off and just run piping here. The horse carriages will have enough to do with running food to the area. I wonder if Europa Universalis 5 music would be good for this gameplay. Would certainly be a different crowd though. So maybe a waste incinerator here, with the idea in mind that the train would go past it. It wouldn't do a lot of work because of horse carriages, but I would need... I don't even know what type of hazardous waste we have here. And I would have to spend a research point on it first before I even am allowed to import hazardous waste. If it's just clean hazardous waste, it would be perfect. If it just has metal or construction waste in it, that would be perfect. If it has a mixed type of waste in it, of metal and construction waste or aluminium or something like that, it would be a little bit bad. But yeah, we're not gonna get another free research point for a while. Or the next research point. I would need another settlement for that. Pruskov is waiting. We would have to make a decision then. Go towards clothing, go towards hazardous waste. Probably clothing. I mean, I could set up clothing production for domestic supply without any research points. I could import fabric, make clothing, and not export it. And at some point I could say, okay, now I want to export it, and do the export first with a point, but then I would need another point if I wanted to import more fabric at that point. It's a weird system. Oh god. Too much construction work at the same time. Well, at least the roundabout has priority, so... should be okay. Not good. Yeah, too much construction work. This could lead to issues, but it should not lead to food issues. It might lead to water issues. I'm building too much at the same time. Pause that one. Should be okay. It's mainly the dumper carriages for aggregates. We're basically chipping away at the our import needs. That's the goal. No water. That's a huge issue. No drinking water. Oh boy. Gonna get more orphans. Deliver the drinking water now. I don't think we're gonna have the distribution office ready in time. The research is gonna take a while. We're losing highly educated people. Didn't I put 6 carriages on this route? Are there 2 carriages standing on top of each other here? Might be. Still no water here. Sheesh. This house is losing population quickly. That's all highly educated people with low loyalty running the doctor's office. Yeah, I think I have too many gravel horse carriages. It might drain to the food factory first before it goes to the residential building, but that would be terrible. So I hope it doesn't do that. Well, I got a little bit of water, a tiny amount. Not that much. I think we're gonna stop the food factory for now. It drained to the food factory faster. Probably because it's like a little bit closer, so it got first dibs. But then a supply of water to this one should hopefully bring it to the building again. We'll see. I barely have enough food with the production we were doing. But right now a water shortage, I guess, is a bigger issue. We can technically import food from the border, but the border is the one that's being overloaded. Just keep food production going, I guess. So first of all, they would pick up the water from here and deliver it to the substations. And later we would develop running water. But this should already help quite a lot because the technical service can then pick up locally. I would have to move the technical service because the technical service for water is all the way over here. I mean, this one could be the one that delivers water to the other settlement, I guess. If I wanted to deliver it directly to the substations, but we're actually not doing that. Maybe I would switch them around. This would be the technical service for water, and sewage would not have a technical service anymore because it's going to go into the sewage pipe. Which I guess makes sense. More bricks, please. Do I need to assign the other buildings too? Like the maintenance offices, maybe? Guess we can do that. Not on the water construction. That doesn't have that much urgency. First the sewage. Yeah, we might not have a distribution office ready for harvest this year. Unless I move more people in, but I don't know. I'd rather make sure we get some university students through. Let's up the amount of workers to 10. 5 professors teaching, 5 professors researching at maximum, at most. Research will have to be postponed for more highly educated people if we drop below 25%. Let's put it that way. So many bricks needed. How's your pop growth? We plan on having nursery cities. Also, happy soon to be New Year. Hello, Anorix. I'm not planning on having nursery cities right now. The main goal would be to try and run a settlement that is almost 2 kilometers away from the customs house, 1.5 kilometers. And getting more research points and start developing the infrastructure to maybe find a way to actually make some money with our difficult rules, because right now we're not making money yet. 1,900 rubles per month currently spent, mainly on construction, which will save us a tiny amount of resources every year for the export of wastewater. I think it's adding the resource costs to the same year already, so I think the values are going to be really fudged. I don't know how it's doing the calculation. It's so weird. And yeah, soon to be Happy New Year to you too, I guess. The reset was a mistake. We're so dead. Why did people vote for this? Bring the helper horse carriages back to the fields, because I don't think we'll have a distribution office ready this year. I mean, the research doesn't seem to be too slow. It's a quarter of the way done, but it's not going to finish this year, because there's going to be another research after that. The very loyal people might not get a university education, which is a problem. $122 tons of bricks for the sewage pipe. We'll have to set up 2 more sewage pipes after this. I don't want to send them out right now, because they would slow other construction tasks down, and we still have a little bit of a shortage of water. Although it is slowly catching up again. It's still tracking the statistics up to 1910 before we had the date reset, and now it's writing new information in here. It's gonna be a weird statistics screen. Maybe the incinerator could be here too. Incinerator plus fire station, and then the farming equipment. I really want to know what type of waste resource we have at the customs house. If it has no construction waste, metal scrap or aluminium scrap in it, it would be the best. If it has one of the 3 non-incineratable materials in it, like construction waste, metal scrap, aluminium scrap, it would be okay. But if it has any other mix of the 3, it would be terrible. Because we couldn't really export easily. I would have to make large, like, waste storages just collecting the resources. Hi, what did I miss? 1900 again? Trapped in a time loop? Yes, I put a vote for Twitch chat to decide if we go back 10 years. And enjoy the horse carriages more. And people voted for yes, more horses. Hello, Eskimo. So we went back in time for 10 years. And we're gonna do that vote again in 10 years. Industrialization is not going to occur yet. There's going to be more suffering. I hope we find a way to actually make money. Get this thing set up, stabilized. Currently I'm working on dealing with the citizen needs and the fact that we do not have the ability to supply as much water as needed to our population once we run productions that our citizens require, like food production. Way too much water need. Crazy chat, yeah. I begged them not to, but no mercy. That's not true. They asked if I still had fun with horses and I said yes, so... But that was after most of the votes were already cast, I guess. What would the sewage pipe system be like? It goes around here and then through this? I mean, the fact that I don't think we're gonna have a sewage pipe going to Proskov. It will have its own sewage discharge somewhere on one of the lakes, I guess. Which is gonna be another really expensive thing. If they don't vote for an extension 1910, we would do another vote in 1922, because that would be 10 years after the first steam locomotive has become available. Which I think, might be a good date. So... if we ever go to the step of like steam locomotives are available starting 1912, we can repeat that one. The first construction vehicle for the rail network is 1919, so after the fact. But I don't need those continuously. We would put the vote to 1912. The Poop Lake, such an unsung hero. Yeah. Giddy up, horsey. Hello, Devalish. Welcome. So I guess this house is the one that suffers the most with lack of workers. With lack of water, I mean. Bit of a problem for it, but not unbearable. Okay, I don't think this is gonna work. I wanted to transport the biological waste to a farm, but I don't think the farm converts it. Just drop it here for now, that's fine. So go here, wait until unloaded, load fertilizer, and drop it into one of the farms, I guess. Do that once. You're not gonna have any fertilizer, I don't think, but on the next loop it would work. And we could alternate the farms, but probably just having 2 trucks would be enough. Don't even need any technical services for this. I mean, the issue is waiting until loaded in the waste storage, I guess. That was the main problem. It's gonna be really, really weird when someone watches this VOD back and is like, what? I jumped to like video 6 and he's still in 1900? What the hell? Could I actually set you to wait until loaded? It should all convert to fertilizer, I think. Yeah, I guess that would work. That would give us time. Means the vehicle wouldn't stand around at the garbage, like at the waste stand here. I'm so happy having the first water tank truck of around 1912, and I've learned crime has to be ignored. Too much effort processing crime. Yes. Crime is gonna be a problem for us, but we'll deal with it later. Not right now. I could send the dump trucks out right now. I guess we can like maybe start one of these, so the dump trucks can send resources to that. It's gonna be somewhat limited. Once they have supplied all of the gravel and concrete, then we can start the other one. Slowly start new construction projects, I guess. Not doing too many at the same time. This one would take a lot of resources. That one will have to be started once the sewage network is up. Not right now. I think I'm going to set our resource distribution to not be able to pick up crops from the border anymore, and they have to pick it up here now. Meaning that the supply of resources to our refueling stations also comes domestically. Which means that these distribution offices should be in our settlement, really. Because it doesn't make... well, they still have to pick up clothing and alcohol and meat from the border, but the main transportation is crops and food. Not really food, because I do have dedicated vehicles for that. Yeah, instead of water trucks and sewage trucks, we're going for a piped setup. Debating with myself if I should try the workaround solution here, which might be doable with horse carriages, a dedicated route. I think I'll do it, because then, if it works, we only have to worry about sewage. Yeah, because if this is running water, it would increase the water consumption by a lot. It doesn't mean that we have to build a water tower. It's not too expensive. It's almost a ton of mechanical components. I mean, it is. When factoring in the maintenance that will have to happen continuously. The water pipe and the sewage pipe, while initially more expensive, might be cheaper in the long run. But I want to try it out. Yeah, get the settlement stable, and then work on the next one. The water supply was not stable. This is probably going to be the technical service for waste then. Oh yeah, that seems to work. I left a little bit of fertilizer behind, I guess. Okay, all gravel and concrete has been delivered. Customs house looks okay. Let's go into the next pipe. Should be doable. All of these buildings that we build, they're gonna get worn and need maintenance before the settlement even becomes like active. But thankfully I didn't build too much. But yeah, the maintenance offices need more search range. Yep. Food supply for the wooden horse feeders now comes out of our grain silo. I don't know how much grain I produced last year. I just reset the date, so I don't think it's going to be enough. But we'll try it. We can run that every now and then for when we are feeling like the grain storage is slowly filling up with too much grain. Once it gets to like 50%, we can drop the grain for like a year, not importing any crops. Because the food production was not consuming all of it. How much does water sell for? The water cell price is not bad, but it drops rather quickly. 5.2 rubles. No, not that worth it. I'm glad we cut food out though. That was like very important. But clothing, meat, alcohol, and crops. These are the big ones. Steel is going to be a constant. That is, that we can't alternate. I mean, if we have like scrap metal inside the hazardous waste, we could maybe consider scrap steel smelting at some point. Okay, the aggregate storage almost ran out completely of coal. Good, I guess. Do I want to rely only on the coal inside the heating plant? Maybe. I would like to move the aggregate storage. Move maybe the demolition office and put the aggregate coal storage behind the heating plant. Stop bringing coal here. I think we'll do this. %. If we drop below 25, I'll pause the research until we bring our higher educated citizens count back under control. Don't want to run into the issue where I have to get migrants with higher education. It would cost us more, I think. How many maintenance tasks do you have right now? Only one, only the school. Okay. Sure. %150% fertility. Very good. Yeah, maybe having a farm with undersupplied vehicles is not a bad thing. Where the harvest is not fast enough and the fields don't fully harvest and retain their fertility, therefore. You're not over demanding too much from the fields at that point. Let's see how many crops we will have left. We should be going down quite quickly because of how many carriages we have. But once we have the water and sewage carriages not running anymore, that'll be like a large amount of vehicles not doing resource consumption. Also construction vehicles are consuming quite a lot, I guess. That's the main resource consumption we have for crops, followed by technical services, I believe. Don't do buildings. I'll do those manually. Actually, we can do this manually, because there will be workers always walking onto the construction site. So we don't have to bring workers to those buildings. If they are within the settlement, they will get built up on their own. I have to move the traffic signs. Stupid sewage trucks going the wrong way through the roundabout. $100 times 16, so no, 18. 1,800 rubles for the large sewage pipe still needed. 106 tons, I guess, a little bit more. And it's a medium-sized sewage pipe, not a large one. So you actually have some fertilizer now, which is probably why the fields went up to 150%. Which is good. Oh, you're still waiting until fully loaded, huh? Oh, you can't... wait. Why can't you unload? You should be able to drop that onto fertilizer. That's weird. I probably need to uncheck this. Yep, there we go. Otherwise it wants to keep it clean, basically, and only unloads into existing biological waste, but if you don't care, it'll mix the waste back together. And maybe you can deliver that to Farm 2 instead. I guess I could keep both farms in the route and just trigger them on and off based on which ones I want. So right now, only farm 2, please, for the manual route. I will be able to store a couple chemicals inside the warehouse to act as a warning system for when the water purification plant runs out of chemicals. So there would be a single horse carriage or the distribution office bringing chemicals from the warehouse to the purification plant, and then the import would be done by distribution office. Okay, I guess I can build that one now too. All of the dump carriages can start moving again, going to the customs house. There's so much going on in the settlement that it's like the stuff that I'm trying to micromanage to make sure we're consuming as little money as possible. There could be a lot more. Like, you could do construction and wait until all the resources are present before you send workers onto the construction site, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the way it's working right now. 25%. I think we're going to stop research for some time, or like at least severely restrict it. There. Single party official at most. Everyone else provide education to the students. I need my 100% loyalty students to get their education. Which month did you start this in? Because this looks like a lot of buildings for March start, especially if it's all built using horses. We started 1900, went to 1910, and then Chat voted to reset the time by 10 years. So we've already played this 10 years. This would have not been possible at all in 2 months. We started in March. We're going through Groundhog Day. Well, Groundhog Decade, I guess, more accurately. And then in 10 years, Chat gets to vote again. And if they don't vote to reset the time, I'm gonna do the vote again in 1922. Because 1912 is gonna be the first time we unlock a steam locomotive. It's not a construction locomotive, but it is an actual locomotive. And it's also the year that trucks become available, so I think it's a good year to maybe do another reset vote. But yeah, instead of 10 years, we're going to be spending at least 22 years with just horses. An extra 10 years. Because I was floating the idea of doing an 1800 start. But that needs more testing. The main reason is like the money situation. And the issue with the inflation, because I don't think the inflation will reset. Green number for a single tick, but that was just lucky. Yeah, the inflation wouldn't reset, so you would really need to be self-sufficient quite early, because you can't really combat the inflation. But that would be a challenge. Self-sufficiency with just horses, I guess. Okay, water is slowly filling up, but that's going to slow down during winter again. Unless we set up the water. Okay, not bad. Yeah, I guess I can lower the amount of workers in here and start bringing in resources for it. Not enough tutors, but we still get loyalty, so I don't care. That's okay. Maximize loyalty gains. Who cares about the happiness? And similarly here, make sure the resources are there, do the groundworks, and then, I mean, 5 people is not that many. It's not going to drain our population count. But harvest has priority. We can start doing that after the sewage is up and the harvest has gone through. We'll have to unassign the construction offices for workers here again once harvest season rolls around. It's such a weird settlement. Everything is like, this doesn't look like a planned settlement at all, except for the fact that it's like, you got right angles, but everything is built like a mess, and I'm here for it. I like it. Especially the low quality rural flats right next to the heating plant, so we don't have too many 21-year-olds without their own flat. And it creates more orphans. Yeah, we might need another residential building for this, for the orphanage. Have to maybe flatten this out and put another one of these in. Another 50 people told to prioritize the orphanage before anything else. Shouldn't be that hard getting 60 highly loyal people, but the loyalty could also be a problem, especially this house has dropped in loyalty quite badly. Crime is playing a huge role, I guess, in getting people mad. I dropped below 40% average loyalty now too. What are these houses looking like? I stopped taking 25% or lower loyalty. That looks still fine. Good. Sewage pipes almost all done, except for the very large, long one. That one's gonna take a while. But other than that... Oh god, come on sewage network. Don't fail me now. Okay. Prioritize the sewage pipe. And yeah. Once this one is going, everything should be connected to it. Sewage will not be a problem anymore. Then we'll set up the water. I'll have to see about running water or not. I still think the idea of having a dedicated route bringing the water to the water tower is the better idea. I mean, we could bring running water to the water tower. We don't have to distribute it from the water tower with we don't have to bring pipes to the substations to reduce water consumption. I could just bring it to the water tower, and then there's a technical service bringing it to the substations. Which means that this pipe would go away, and there would just be an input pipe from the settlement. Which I guess would work well. Yeah, that way we can reduce the water consumption on the settlements, and the water tower would actually serve a purpose. It wouldn't drain within like a month. It would last way longer. Happiness at 45. Something is going on. No water again. Who now? Someone was without water for some time. I don't know. Someone messed up. No, the orphanage is fine. It's probably fine. Maybe. A lot more orphans, I think. Overall a good thing. As long as we can get them through the education. If our happiness is lower than our loyalty, then the loyalty system works, I guess. But I really would like it for it to go higher. We have an alcohol addiction of 69% still. It's quite high. Low government loyalty, 184. Supposedly everyone is in range, but maybe we need another monument, maybe here or something, to induce some loyalty in these houses. I still don't fully understand yet how loyalty propagation works from monuments. If it's like, if it gradually tapers off, or if every house gets the same amount. If it just deals with the loyalty loss. So monuments to me don't actually gain you any loyalty. I think they just reduce the loyalty loss you experience throughout your lifetime. It's definitely the water network that is experiencing issues. But yeah, by next year this should be solved. I think we'll get this done this year. The sewage net set up. The buildings for water purification, maybe not this year. I mean, we can start building them, at least with the groundworks, I guess. But this has higher priority now. The buildings have low priority. Should finish the sewage pipe first. Start on the groundworks for the water well. And 5 workers, I guess, are acceptable. Let's do 2 professors. Not that one. That one. I don't like it. You know what? Any loyalty is fine. 0% loyalty, professors? Come on right in. It's fine. The orphans can tank that, no problem. And anyone else who has like dropping loyalty, can't find a residential building after, there's the customs house. Go to the other nation, I guess. If you don't have loyalty for Great Republic, maybe you shouldn't be here. Water looks better. 237 tons of crops left. Harvest season is coming up. Still over 30 tons of food. Less than 10% on the growth for the crops, before harvest can trigger. Currently no coal consumption because it's too warm. And a traffic jam at the border, because too many vehicles. The water substations being empty is a pretty big indicator that something is not available enough. I mean, it's mainly being drained by the food factory, obviously, but still. There's no like backup storage of water for the residential buildings, because it's all getting siphoned. But faster transportation should resolve that, I hope. The export quantity is so little. Maybe I need the clothing factory here anyway. No, we should set up the next settlement. Once we have water production, we can start working on it. Maybe set up a water pipe. The sewage handling is dubious. Could set it to the customs house, I guess. But I think piping it to a sewage discharge is the best idea. Because it's so far from water. Yeah, if I were to start this again, I would just stick to a river or a lake. Settlements in the middle of nowhere don't really work that well. Really encourages you to stick next to water. River would be ideal, because then maybe ships could be an option. I wasn't thinking about that. Okay, I'll send the carriages out, I guess. And we'll deactivate the construction offices for workers by unassigning the workers in them. The maintenance offices will probably also be, well, no, they can continue, I guess. That's fine. They should technically be unassigned from the plumbing, though. Yeah, let's unassign them. Means fewer carriages transporting resources, I guess. Well, what can you do? Got some bricks here now. Good thing brick is a stable maintenance material. So yeah, bus stop here, probably, for the settlement. Should be able to reach everything important. We would only use that to unload people. I don't think we want anyone waiting on it. With crops being fuel, it really increases the value of crops early game, huh? Well, you could run most of your nation on just crops, yeah. Like, all of your citizen demands are crop-based. Food, meat, alcohol, clothing. It's like... It's all crops. We can see the comparison of the crop price from like it's now like overwriting the existing information, so we can see how much the crop price actually went up compared to the start of the game, which is kind of cool. But yeah, kind of funky. Okay, all of these sewage pipes are done, water pipes are done. Once all of the groundwork materials have arrived, then we can consider also doing the same to the water treatment plant. I'll give it some time. Jesus. I really wish I started on a non-flip customs house. This would be no problem at all. Like, I think the volume of vehicles is not that problematic. It wouldn't really be too much. Not in that quantity, at least. It's just because the flip customs house has, I would say, like, probably half of the throughput of the normal customs house. Because they have to go around first, instead of going in and then going around. And new vehicles are only allowed to go in once they have actually reached the loading station. So it's like the old customs. It's like in between the old customs house and the new one. This one, if you want more throughput limitation, start on a flipped customs house, I guess. Another major epidemic. Will not spread very easily this time. Could last a long time, sure. We already had a major epidemic. That'll be fine. You could require more loyalty, to be honest. Only 69% loyalty. You're not gonna get anywhere. The amount of really highly loyal people is shrinking significantly, which is affecting our school efficiency, I guess. That's what research does to you, I guess. It's affecting our very fragile setup. Okay, reduce that count again. Not enough workers here. $61 deliveries of bricks left, I assume. I think it can carry more than a ton, but not by much. So 60 deliveries of bricks left. Harvest has started. It's gonna get in the way of the brick deliveries a little bit, I guess. Not too much. I guess I could make them go to the food factory and make this a two-way factory connections so they could unload at the food factory as well. I don't remember if the food factory is traffic optimized. It looks like it is. That would be a lot better. But then I would have to change all of the transportation routes from the fields. I'll wait until I do that with the technical service, with the distribution office, I guess. Well, yeah, this is limiting our throughput a bit. Oh wait, it is actually the distribution office. Can you load crops from, like... I don't think you can load from here. Oh, you can. Maybe. So we load crops from here instead. Instead of from the grain storage. It's going to reduce the amount of vehicles going to the grain storage by a lot. If you can load crops from here, that is. I hope you can. I'm trying to. If it works, it's going to be traffic optimized. Good. Then you can pick up crops from here, I guess. We do have 2 water trucks, but the production is constant and one of them is usually always running around. That'll change once we have the water purification up right next door. Oh, looks like we're down to only concrete deliveries. Good. Could start with the groundworks of the water purification. More traffic jams at the border, please. Before they finish the groundworks at the big water well and start bringing bricks here too. I mean, they will finish the water pipe first, the sewage pipe, because both of these buildings are on low priority. So they should do just the groundwork and that's it, until the pipe is done, or at least has all the resources. Not earlier. It is a problem. We're lacking loyalty here. I need to tell you to work. I mean, you're already pretty much deciding that for yourself. You're sending everyone into the orphanage once the school is dealt with. You're sending everyone to the orphanage, and that's most of what you're doing. But there's a distinct lack of loyalty in most of the population in here. Some of them have 0% loyalty. Okay, this is concerning to say the least. So, party HQ, I'm gonna be at like 25, secret police is gonna be 50, orphanage is gonna be 25, other buildings are overflow. This is highly educated people with pretty high loyalty. Like the orphanage should be overflow, really. Orphanage is overflow. Thought I could avoid that assignment. Sorry if someone already asked why are we back at 1900. Hello 33 Bull. I put a vote up for chat and asked if we should go back 10 years so we can enjoy the horse carriages more. And chat voted for it. So we're gonna get another 10 years without trucks. Down to 24% highly educated people. I think we have to pause the research completely. We have to get the university education done before we run out of highly educated people. Hello, Diplohörnchen. Welcome. Oh my god, come on, more workers. Jesus. I might have to get some migrants. Like, where are all of our loyal people? I think the loyalty of the people dropped too much when we ran out of drinking water. Oh, you're without drinking water. Well, that's a problem. That's why they are losing loyalty that much. Not enough water. We'll have to stop food production, I guess, until we fix the water situation. This is not acceptable. Once we run out of food in the warehouse, then we'll have to import from the border again, I guess. Okay, I can understand why people become really disloyal now. Lack of drinking water. No, stop losing all of their loyalty. Come on, more workers. Stop it. Yes. No, don't do the shopping center too. Anyone can work there. Come on. I have like 50 people assigned here. Shopping center may not be a problem. It just can't. Okay, this building being out of water is a huge problem. Okay, with the food factories stopping, maybe it'll be better. Yeah, we'll have to wait with the food factory until we have our water purification up, I guess. It's not really doable for us otherwise. I would have had to build it further away, give it its own substation, I guess. With its own technical service, maybe. And we also had a pandemic, I guess. That was the other thing. Okay, back to 25%, but I think it's mainly because the other population died off a little bit. But still okay. We'll try and let this recover. The distribution office will have to wait. Stop it with the lack of tutors in the orphanage. Yeah, maybe we have that many happiness issues because once I started the food factory, it's not pollution or anything, it's just not enough water supply for everyone. I might have overdone that a little bit. We're only 2,000 people away from our next research point. I mean, this puts the low and low tech. It's gonna be so difficult getting more points for low tech. I feel like trade deals might be too much for this, but I don't know. I think we need horses. The extra 10 years is doable, I think, but I think we need trains after this, not horses. We already have horses. I think this run is taking way too long for something to happen. I think plenty is happening. I think it's like old settlements didn't start popping up in like a matter of like 10 years. The settlement is slowly developing and like shaping itself, but it can't do like you can't go and like blob massive construction sector. That is not how the area worked, I guess. And I'm kind of like here for it, but yeah, I guess it might be a little bit of a slower paced stream. So it's possible to build track without track layer? No, the track layer has become available in 1919, which is when we could start building. If chat votes that we don't stop at 1910 again, then we would probably start building the rail construction office in preparation for getting our first track builder 9 years after. I guess the rail construction office could be here, in walking distance of some houses. Or maybe in the logging area, and there's a train track going through the roundabout. I think if we did have truck for technical office for water and sewage, it would have helped. Yes, probably. But I'm gonna go the route of making my own water with chemicals, so they don't have to go to the customs house anymore, because that thing is just overloaded like crazy. And I don't want to upgrade all of the horse carriages to trucks. So I'm making the settlement more efficient by building more buildings instead of relying on better vehicles, which are going to start consuming fuel. And I've had bad experience with fuel consumption. Let's put it that way. Would like to not have to rely on fuel. Still delivering bricks here, slowly. But yeah, the sewage pipe now has medium priority, in front of the water purification and the water well. They can come after. Brick deliveries to those buildings are more important. In the meantime, the groundwork is slowly being built by a couple of workers walking onto the construction site every now and then. Money situation. I mean, all of the building does cost us extra money. I hope we don't have to start importing food, but we might have to. Are you going to make your own horse-drawn vehicles? Because damn, those take a ton of crops for just breeding a single horse. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on if we can set up a nice farming solution next to this bus stop here. The priority would be right now, I think, instead of making our own vehicles, which are cheaper to like import and then maintain than making ourselves, I think, until we have like proper farming. Priority is like our continuous monthly import. What is this? So confused. I guess we didn't import any clothing, meat, and alcohol last month, so I guess there's that. But yeah, I want to deal with these resources because they cost us more. Clothing, meat, alcohol. Food we kind of dealt with already. This is just a recording from... I don't know what the game is doing. Yeah, the statistics are getting messed up with a time reset, I guess. Are we going to supply high pressure water to the citizens? Maybe. Initially it's going to be by horse cart, but I think we're going to do a water pipe to the water substations. I'll be out for the rest of the year. Goodbye, Burns. Have a good rest of the year then. Same to you, thank you. This is kind of set up in a way where water pressure could be provided to all of the substations. But then I had the idea, water pipe to this water tower, and then from the water tower, delivery to the substations by horse carriage would be okay. So this smaller settlement would not drain as much water, and would not create as much sewage. Tutor situation is worrying. I might drop the rules for trade deals. It might be too much. We might have to just worry about making any profit in any way possible to not run out of money. Which I think I'll do once we go into debt. Then trade deal rules would be out of effect, probably. But until then, we're trying without, I think. Another 40 brick deliveries. Harvest of the fields is ongoing. Not looking too bad. Okay, I'm glad I didn't make a livestock haul because the amount of bio waste we would have gotten from this would have been excessive. A little bit of biological waste we got right now is more than enough. Mainly because we don't fully harvest all the fields, and then it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, and if we had harvesting equipment, then the amount of crops we would have gotten from the fields, I guess, would have maybe doubled, probably. At least increased by 50%, at the very least, I think. But harvesters are quite far away. Mechanized farming. Yeah, I guess in the future I wouldn't have built a logging setup. I would have built farming right away. Maybe even just drop fields in with no farm and just hook them up to like a single covered wagon, because people can walk onto the field for sowing and harvesting, and then you have a truck on there that pulls out some crops. The sowing makes it really comfortable, but the horse plows, I mean. But you could start farming right away. Tested if you have a water unloading station on a hill, you can supply water at better rate. Oh, nice. But yeah, we usually put a water pump behind it, so it should siphon the water out of the unloading station. Without it, it's really slow. So I usually build a water unloading station into a water pump, and then wherever it needs to go. The unloading station does provide its own pumping capacity, but not by much. It's very slow. There's really that few flatbed carriages heading this way. It's so weird. What are they all doing? You should help with this. Why aren't you sending stuff out? Come on. I guess they weren't designed to minimize the amount of workers being used, but yeah, please speed that up. You can bring some workers to the construction of this, I guess. I would like the sewage pipe to finish this year. I might have to move some people out of this building, because there are quite a few disloyal citizens in here now. Maybe we could engineer a health crisis and just shut off the clinic for a while, until the general population count has dropped a bit. Just reduce the amount of workers, like have people not being able to get to a doctor in a while. What's the worst that could happen? Still 24%. I mean, we skipped time back 10 years, and I have less than half of my money left. That seems to indicate that we might not have enough money to make it to the trucks, and we'll be in debt, which I guess is its own challenge. Unless we just maximize the export of lumber, I guess. But yeah, groundwork deliveries have all been made, so water treatment and the water well can now be constructed. And then after the sewage pipe is done, they can start bringing materials here. Especially after harvest season is done and we can bring workers to those construction sites again. Happiness back up to 49%. Yep, I think it was the lack of water. So we're gonna run out of food soon, I guess. I mean, if we have our water supply here instead of at the customs house, delivery to the substations should be a lot faster. The sewage technical service would be repurposed to be the water technical service. This one could take over the garbage disposal, at least for small garbage trucks, carriages. And then we would see. Still need to add maybe the large carriage in this one. So only four water carriages. I'm tempted to pave the roundabout so the technical service vehicles can't go through the wrong way, but once this is all set up, the only technical service vehicles going to the border are going to be the waste ones. I don't want to put it on high priority because then they're going to like shove a lot of workers in here that we don't really need. Okay. So I was causing a lot of issues with lack of water, apparently. Didn't really see it that much. 23 deliveries of bricks. Yeah, we need the clothing factory. We need to bring people from the settlement to the clothing factory, and we'll have to set that up next. See if the idea with the water setup works. The clothing factory might be... like, if it should make more than enough clothing. We're still going to import fabric. I might have to stop exporting lumber. And the settlement itself would provide the second research point, and then we could import fabric and export clothing. But first the settlement has to be set up. So once the sewage pipe is done, I'll start working on the other buildings, and once these are done we can start working on the next village. Water looks nice. Food, not so much. If I could disconnect it from the... Oh, crap. Right. You're trying to deliver resources for harvest. Bringing the harvest in. That has slowed us down a bit. Not too much, though. Actually, no, you're trying to bring stuff to the horse feeders. That's what you're trying to do. Sure. I wonder what the volume of horses is that you have to have for like one horse carriage for... Like how much can one horse carriage feed other horses by? Assuming that you can maybe do like 2 or 3 deliveries with it. If they hold 0.1, so 0.1 tons? 100 tons of crops? 0.09. That's 10%, I guess. So 1 horse carriage for providing food for every 10 carriages, or 9 carriages, I guess, carrying resources. It's probably less efficient, but how about that? Sort it out. Too many orphans now for the amount of tutors we have. The idea to create more orphans has worked, but currently I don't have enough loyal people to deal with them. Let me reduce the amount of workers inside the school down to 3 and reduce the throughput here. Idea being that not everyone needs a university education anyway, so they can take as much time as they want, which might also get some of the orphans to go through with just a school education. No party officials here. This is cutting it close of the amount of workers in the grocer. It's over 50% now, it's even sometimes over 70%. We're bringing a lot of people to harvesting crops right now, which means we don't have as many people working in the orphanage, I guess. But it's the last month of harvest season, so they'll have to endure. I can stop the horse carriages near the end of the month. Didn't bring in as many crops this year, apparently. Mainly because the construction is still working, I guess. Down to 4 deliveries of bricks. And then the sewage pipe is done. Well, after it got built up by a couple workers. 2 more deliveries. That was a really long project to build that up, but I hope it works. If it doesn't work, we're gonna have a problem. It was very weird to set up. Did not want to go through the hill the way I envisioned, but in the end it did work. Well, we have over 400 tons of crops again, mainly because we didn't really make any food. I'll have to accelerate the construction of the water well and the water purification plant. That one we need next year. Hopefully we'll get it done. Yep, happiness back to 50%, good. Orphanage upbringing, that's fine. They should have low happiness, it's fine. They can fix that after they get out of the orphanage. Average happiness is not a problem, I don't think. Okay, I think we'll stop the horse carriages bringing workers to the harvest on November 25th. And then they have a week to try and bring in a couple more crops, but the snow is going to kill it near the beginning of December. This should be orphanage. I mean, the overflow goes to the orphanage. We don't use that many workers in the school. Should be okay. But yeah, I mean, it's an early start game. Like, nothing happening is kind of like part of the plan. The Industrial Revolution has been delayed by 10 years. And I was like, oh, do I really want to upgrade to like vehicles? I need like better repair stations. It would be for the best. Like, we could have so many more crops coming in. Water and sewage would be fine. Extra villages would be easier to hook up. It would probably be for the best. Reduce the amount of staff in here again. I need more people in the orphanage. Although you're not really working in the orphanage, I don't think. You're too disloyal for that. But the highly educated people might. They do have enough loyalty. So, last route, I guess. 25th. Go back to the vehicle depot. After your next run. And the sewage pipe is done, meaning that there should be no more sewage in these tanks. Well, that was some effort, but it has been completed. We can go back to construction offices actually doing things. So the sewage technical service should not need to do anything anymore. I think all of these horse carriages are now going to be idle. Which is good. Then they can be reused in other settlements, basically. I'll set them up for vehicle repairs. Keep them maintained. We might need more people working inside the repair station, I guess. I don't know. Do we need that many? What's the wear and tear say? Nah. Don't have anything over 20%. 5 workers is sufficient, I guess. I don't know how 15 got in there, but sure. And you need to be assigned to the construction sites. We'll finish the groundwork of the water well first, and they can start delivering resources here. Switch over to the groundworks of the water purification plant. And do it that way, stagger it a little bit. The maintenance office can help. Also with the resource deliveries on the next construction phase. Maybe after this run I'm going to be so exhausted by nothing happening that I will want another Mega City 1 run. The question is, do we start with horses in that run, because that would be just building from this to a Mega City would be a stretch, but it would be an interesting one. A single city, everything connected. Except external industries, I guess. Ten horse carriages delivered full of workers would finish the groundworks. 13 each times 10. 130 workers. Probably sufficient loyalty to have enough productivity, but maybe not. Maybe all the disloyal people are the ones waiting at the bus stop. I think if there's insufficient people, sometimes it also reduce sports enjoyment. I mean, that's fine, I guess. They can also get that once they get out of the orphanage, but I think I need to go full on propaganda, really. Propaganda and criminality are like the main things I'm worried about right now. We don't want to have any criminality in our orphans, and we want to have as much loyalty as possible. Our population count right now is going down. That's the other problem. Let me check houses for availability of flats. It's basically, yeah, this one needs to be lower loyalty, highly educated people again. So, since we don't really care about the loyalty too much of our professors and secret police, this one could be 25 to 75% loyalty, maybe even lower. Could theoretically be as low as 0. I don't know if we have any highly educated people that low, but we should probably make sure to also catch those. Because currently I do not care who teaches in the university. 0% loyalty is allowed. Happy New Year to you too, Diplohörnchen. Have a good celebration. Take care. I think I need more teachers here. Well, that's going to reduce the amount of workers in the orphanage again, potentially. It's a bit of a problem. We're down to 83 highly educated people. Has shrunk down even more. University educated people are the priority right now. I think the other ones couldn't get the education done because there weren't enough there to push them up to 100% to education level 2. But the current ones might do it. They look reasonable. Once we drop to 20% or lower highly educated people, then I have to pull the emergency and actually get some migrants. I will move some people with higher education over here to help with this. Don't need that many doctors, it's fine. That's a lot of patients. I wonder if they're all living next to the heating plant. Coincidence? Okay, missing food. The warehouse has run empty. I guess we'll import food. Let the distribution office deal with the food demand for now. We still have the crops for feeding our horses, I guess. Oh, the other horse carriage is actually waiting in the end station. Ah, that's neat. Less of a traffic jam problem. Very cool. Alright, groundwork over here now too. We're getting resources delivered to the big water well. So no more sewage exports right now, which is going to reduce the yearly cost. And 5 fewer horse carriages going to the border, which could be replaced by horse carriages actually exporting resources for us. You know what? No, these are logging. These are fine. These are the good ones. If they weren't logging, if they were the other ones, I would have moved them in here, used them for export and purchased some newer ones, but I guess we'll get 4 more and see how we do. And then at some point the water carriages are not going to go to the customs house anymore. Dropping the amount of carriages going to the customs house by a whopping 10 carriages. That's a lot of workers. But groundwork needs to be done. A little construction here when the resources start trickling in. That can easily be done by the people walking onto the construction site. That is not a problem. I will have to restrict the water well to, I think, a single worker. Maybe two, but I don't think I need that many. Purchased a month's worth of vehicles. 1,800 rubles. We can do that 100 more times and then we're broke. I think the next thing is, yeah, clothing factory. I'm not going to stop the export of boards right now, as you might have imagined, because I purchased more vehicles to extend the exports, which will hopefully slow down our loss of money a little bit. They can also then later on go to help with the construction of like the next industry. Once we say don't export anymore, I'll send you to a construction office instead. Okay, 4 more carriages. Let's see how they do. Any chance on setting up some small gauge rail for lumber? No, we can only do rail construction starting 1919. That's when the first rail construction vehicle becomes available. So, depending on what people vote for next time, we will get some trains or not. Like the first train, steam train is available in 1912. But rail construction, not that early, unfortunately. Can you use planes? I don't know when planes become available. I haven't even considered that. Not that I think I would want to, but maybe there's a wooden biplane, who knows. But lumber export by airplane sounds like a little bit crazy. Nope. 31 is I think the earliest one. No, 30. 1930. And 9 Tupolev. 33. 31. Oh, there's 129. Kalin K5. Very small. Should be allowed to build them with nothing but manual labor. That's how the first tracks were laid down in real life. Yeah. Maybe they're gonna figure something out like that. That would be cool. guess we could start with the groundwork of some buildings here. I need to make sure not to assign the worker construction offices though. And the maintenance offices should technically also not be assigned. Which I guess means I should make another assignment group. Hello, WM, WOWW, and so on. Do horses cause crops to move? Yes, horses use crops as animal feed. So they refuel, quote unquote, with animal feed, with crops. And thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I know a compromised horse-drawn track builder. That would be cool, interesting, yeah. Call me W, it's fine. Alright. Your name is taking up basically a line of chat in my window, so... Hello Denjix, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I must have really not supplied enough drinking water. Hopefully this will fix it. Don't even have proper vehicle depots yet. Oh, you're still doing the repairs, good. No resources, what do you mean? Oh, I triggered to repair them too early, so they can't repair. I reported that. When the vehicles don't need any resources, they don't actually repair. They need to be at least demanding a couple resources for repairs, otherwise they don't get repairs. It's the new year. It's the new year here where I am, so I will be heading to bed. Good night. Why not say? And I guess Happy New Year to you. I have like 500 hours in this game. Didn't play for a long time, but I still think fields are very ugly. They should rework this game in the texture level. I think it would be nice if there were fields with no fences. I like the fields, but I don't like how the fences collide with each other. But then I played Euro Truck Simulator, drove around, and there were fences all over Eastern Europe, so I don't know. I would much rather have more performance in the end game and some more controls and on managing your stuff. I think the graphics are fine to me, but improvements would also be nice. I'm looking for other things though, personally. Yep, tons of orphans. I don't have an overflow orphanage this time. These houses might have been a mistake, but I thought we needed more orphans. We kinda do. We just need to have more orphans to create more loyal people to run the orphanage. And actually the school. We need more loyal people coming out of the school. That's a big one. I don't know if I can trust these numbers. I don't think we exported 230 rubles worth of lumber this month, but I don't know. I wonder if it keeps adding stuff to the reset time. I like that the horse technical services are traffic optimized and really dense and small. Makes them quite convenient. But yeah, I moved those out, so I believe that we will be able to handle this with no more sewage horse carriages. And if that is a mistake, then at some point there's going to be overflowing sewage at some point. But it is just a straight pipe going all the way to a sewage discharge. The only thing that could happen is the sewage discharge collapses from lack of maintenance, I guess. Yeah, when construction is not as bad, we get a lot more money from export. So many students, so little capacity. 22% still. Is it going to recover itself? So we were researching while we had insufficient water for our population, draining our citizens. Population went down by like 30. Alcohol addiction up to 73. I don't mind a high alcohol addiction. It's another potential avenue to get orphans, I guess. But yeah, I might have to like close some of these houses down. If the orphanage becomes too overloaded. Which right now it is not yet, but it's close to being overloaded. So, secret police, then party HQ, then orphanage, and then anywhere else. Technically you need to have at least 60% loyalty to actually work in the orphanage, so the orphanage as an overflow was not a good idea, and we actually had some unemployment from that building. But now that should be solved. %61 loyalty in the orphanage. What is this? Alright, focus on the water well first, then finish the water treatment plant. Still have to set up the distribution office later. Well, I would tell them to deliver chemicals to the warehouse and then have a single horse carriage bringing chemicals from the warehouse to the water treatment, not sewage treatment. So this could deal with the waste then? No, this one is supposed to do the water. This one would be the waste. Now the trees have grown up. Over 10,000 trees in the forest ready to be chopped down. $400 in export last month, but also 2,500 in imports. Yeah, this is not accurate anymore. So we're running blind. We have no real overview of the economy anymore. With the date reset, that was a bit messy. Gotta get ready for when the horse plows go back to the fields, so the horse carriages are not in the way. I mean, technically we could abort it and go back forward 10 years, but then we would have a gap in the history where nothing happened for like a year and a half. But I don't think we're gonna do that. That's a lot of crops. So, alcohol production. Not after clothing. Next settlement, clothing factory. Hope it makes a profit. Like a monthly profit. If we make a ton of clothing every month, we would be able to export. It's only 787 rubles, huh? So we would need to make up 2,500. Almost 4 tons of clothing. Maybe it's possible. It would be a lot of horse carriages running. They would be set up to a dedicated loading station, I think, so they don't wait inside the clothing factory, just to ensure that if there's a fire in the clothing factory, it doesn't burn down and doesn't get blocked by the horse carriages. So we would guide them around the clothing factory and park them in the back or something. And there would be a loading station waiting until unloaded, waiting until loaded. Maybe a small warehouse would do it. I guess a small warehouse could just simplify things. It would act as a loading station. It could be built around it. It would be another fire hazard though. Could be a problem. Six more resource deliveries for the current construction phase, and then the machinery inside the big water well, and then the water purification. Fixing my renewables and energy grid almost 4 million later, and I think I've got it. Nice. 4 million depends on, I guess, when you started. Like, could be a lot, could be a little. How bad is the inflation? Or, I guess, depends on how bad the inflation would be. Yeah, how bad is the inflation? What's the most German Verwaltungswort, you know? Random question. What's a Verwaltungswort? I don't know what that is. 1960 starts till 1960 thanks to Time Master. Ah, well, the inflation still... I don't think the inflation resets if you reset the time. So it depends on how often you've reset, I guess. If it's only once, so 1970 values, then it's, yeah, 4 million is a lot. If it's 1990, then 4 million is not that much anymore. Oh, we actually have a little bit of water inside the beaker. Very nice. Not producing any food is better. Compound word. Something to do with bureaucracy. I don't know bureaucratic lingo, so can't really help you with that. I guess you can ask random German questions, sure. Until I say no, it's too much, but for now I guess why not. What does Volkswagen part 19939850008 taste like? Metal, I would guess. But I don't remember. Let me look that up. It's currywurst. God dang it. Right. Sure. At the moment you find out Volkswagen makes more sausages a year than cars. Well, sausages are a whole lot easier to make. Like, that's... I mean, a car is a very big and complicated thing. Maybe, like, a comparison would be like, I don't know, a batch of screws versus a sausage or something. I wouldn't, like, compare a whole sausage. A whole car to a sausage. I could probably make more sausages than cars. I don't know, guys. Am I gonna be back after the break? Or am I gonna go and look outside at the fireworks? Last year it was kinda boring looking at the fireworks, so I'm tempted to actually stream over New Year's, but then it's gonna get really noisy in the background. I was kinda interested in buying and retrying the mining game I tried yesterday. That would be like a little bit of a run like Parcel Simulator, which we haven't gotten to back. We haven't gotten back to yet. Unfortunately. Captain of Industry? No, it's something like Parcel Simulator. Mine Mogul. It has a demo on it. I really enjoyed the demo. The mining felt quite unsatisfying, but then you started interacting with the physics. Once you get the magnet, which is like the first tool you buy. After that, I enjoyed it. It's a very casual game, I think. But it's physics-based shenanigans. Setting up conveyors with neat physics. Just got Farthest Frontier, it's pretty fun. I was also tempted to buy that at some point, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I don't know why. I guess I'm waiting for it to go below 20 euros or something, or like 15. I don't even know how much it is right now. It's 23.80, 30% off. Yeah, I'm waiting for a sale. I have plenty of games right now that I want to play, so and showcase. I also want to do a full run of Captain of Industry at some point, but I started that one and didn't really. Well, we started one and then stopped in the middle. That was before the Steam trains came out, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's a curse. Looking at Subway Builder, can't justify the price for early access. Subway Builder. I do not see a. I don't see it on Steam. I think I've seen Subway Builder. It's a real simulator that someone streamed. Yeah, I've seen that one. What was the price? Buy now. Enter email address before you get to the purchase menu to see how much it actually costs. No, screw that. How much does it cost? $30 or $40 on Steam when it launches. Okay, sure. Yeah, they wrote it in the FAQ, so at least they have it there. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait until Steam and then a sale. I like the idea of a realistic subway management building game, but not enough where I would jump in right now. Like I said, the Steam pile of shame is a little bit big, and it's not getting smaller. Against the Storm is 8. I have that game, I couldn't get into it. I can't deal with fantasy resources, apparently. Messes with my brain too much. Even sci-fi games with resources that are like sci-fi resources that don't really exist kind of messes with me. I guess I like hard sci-fi. One more delivery of bricks and boards. And then we go to the last construction phase. And in the meantime, they can try and get the water treatment plant supplied with some resources. Tarkov and Bethesda ruined me pre-ordering for anything ever again. Oh, I still do pre-orders. And early access I don't treat as a pre-order. But I've also been burned by early access. Most famously, Onward VR, which was really cool until version 1.8 dropped. Because that's when Facebook bought it. And they downgraded everything. And it never recovered. Absolute shit show. But yeah, I have a couple games I like. The cool thing they're doing now is that they are releasing demos for games before it goes into early access, so you can even try it before you buy it, which is good that that is coming back. Apparently there's too much competition and people actually want demos again. Who knew? The most recent one that was really cool, The Path into the Abyss, seems to be becoming a really hardcore survival game if they can iron out the kinks from the demo, but I'm not sure in which direction that's going to go. The demo was really difficult, and the AI felt really cool. Like the first time you're playing it, you're feeling like you're getting sniped and killed immediately. But we had the situation where we like looked at an AI from like very far away, and the group was like slowly approaching us, like taking cover, and just until they got close and realized we were actually hostile to them, apparently. Or we didn't put our weapon away. I'm not sure yet. I couldn't understand if they were saying anything. I don't think they were. But yeah, the basic concept and atmosphere of that game was basically like a stalker set in South America. Back in my day, you would go to this building called a bookstore and buy this paper tome called a gaming magazine, most of which came with a disc of game demos called a demo disc. And then you would play those discs forever because you didn't have any money to actually buy games, I guess. Is that how it worked? Playing Battlefield 1 demo for like years. Oh god, mechanical component import is expensive. And we'll have to maintain the buildings. It's not gonna get any cheaper. Gran Turismo 2 high-speed ring demo is burned into my mind. I'm trying to remember what demo was that I have played forever and ever. I guess the most famous one would probably be Wolfenstein, but like the first couple levels were in that shareware version. I guess a shareware is a demo, I think. I would say. That's basically what they're doing, right? And other than that, I think Have a Nice Day 1, maybe? I think that one had a demo. Battlefield 1942, Battlefield 2 had demos that you could play forever and ever. Things like that. Most played demo was RimWorld before they went to Steam. Ah, yeah. Battlefield 1942 was dope. Yep, I've tried replaying it recently. People have gotten so good that they snipe you with aircraft from before you can even see them. It's not a fun game anymore when you play it with publicly, unfortunately. A private server for 42 might work, yeah, that would probably work. But public, no. Stop bringing workers here. Finish the resource deliveries first. I see we're waiting on steel and steel. A little bit. The resource deliveries with horses is a bit slow. Oh, a bit slow, but what do you expect? Yeah, I think if I were to start again I'm gonna have to try how the game reacts with an 1800 start. I think the horses actually show up even if you start before 1900, but I don't know yet. If I were to play again, I think the first settlement would just be houses like this initially. Maybe not caring about loyalty at all in the beginning, and just like fields next to it. Not even a farm. Mechanical components, but those are just steel. Strange question. What question? If you build vehicle manufacturing, can you make horse-drawn stuff? Yes. You can make horse carts and horses separately. And then from the horse cart storage you can deploy horse carts if there's either a building or a pasture with horses next to it. You can breed horses from crops, and you can make horse carts from wood, steel, and some fabric. All is possible in glorious Soviet Republic. Not Russia, no. Well, the water well is almost done. I can focus on the water treatment. Three more deliveries, I guess. 2 more deliveries. Put it in H when you realize H is in Cyrillic is N. Ah. Norse. I don't like that they moved a small water well behind research. I do like it actually. Because it encourages you to think about where you're setting up your settlements. If you want to have water production, you either pull it from a river or lake with a cheap water inlet, or you set up a set up a big water well. So it still gives you the ability to pull water, but not from anywhere. Which means that if you want to set up like a refueling station for steam trains, you either have to have it next to a settlement that has a big water well, or from a river or lake with a water inlet. So I think after playing with it, I like it. Of course it makes it less convenient, it's more inconvenient. But I think the restriction forces you to make that interesting decision. It encourages you to not just plop down in a settlement in the middle of nowhere with no water next to it and run into problems. There we go. 1 worker's probably fine. The water tank at some point should be producing water. There we go. And that's more than enough once it goes to the water purification to supply water to the houses via horse carts with no running water, I guess. But we can have running water. Small well is kind of useless, to be honest. It doesn't produce enough for its cost. It does. I use water wells, small water wells all the time. It does pull enough. You do need a pump after it though, otherwise it doesn't produce. Like all the water wells. It does produce 70 cubic meters, so with 2 of them you almost have a big water pipe filled, which lasts a lot. But yeah, you gotta make sure to put a pump after it. So 2 small water wells followed by a large pump merging it into a large water pipe gets you going quite easily. 1 large well is 2.5 large pipes. Yeah. But sometimes, when you build smaller settlements, you don't need that much water. I don't remember the cost of these. I just remember really liking the setup of the small water well. 2 of them easily able to supply a large water pipe and not requiring workers. So you can set them up even next to a a steam train refueling station in the middle of nowhere. No water, no lake or river required. So for that they are kind of convenient too. Come on, more workers. Still at 22 highly educated. Still hasn't recovered. My god. .95, 83% loyalty, 20 years old. Are you going to finish your education? Or are you going to go into the world as someone with basic education? Hopefully you're going to finish your education. $440 rubles last month. Once this is up, we'll hook up the water, relocate the water carriages, bring the chemicals in, and hopefully it'll function. Looks like water has caught up again. Water carriages are idling. I could do some production of food now, but I'll wait until we have the local water supply. Not gonna risk it again. Yep, we have to stabilize the population count of highly educated workers before we can continue with the research, unfortunately. The fields have been plowed, so I guess these ones can go out again and wait at the fields until harvest season. Let's start with the groundworks, I guess. Do I have a assignment group for only groundworks vehicles? I don't think I do. Basically the dumper carriages, the concrete ones, and that's about it. There's a flatbed in here. Start delivering groundworks materials, please. No construction will be done until we send workers over there. And the distance is quite far, so hopefully the traffic jam will be smaller. Now that we have enough water for the citizens, we can maybe start building the next settlement. The research point will be spent on clothing factory, but we might not use it immediately. We'll definitely set up the clothing factory for domestic consumption, and then we'll switch over the research point for the new settlement and the one for the board export to the new resource. Although 440 rubles is not a bad export, I guess. clothing is presumably going to make more. I assume. I mean, we could build the clothing factory first and run it here, and then slowly move people in. But I think the idea is to just let people with lower loyalty run free here. And we'll use the water setup. Eventually we might pipe it into the water tower, but initially we'll try it with some dedicated horse carriages bringing it over. I can also use the end station. Load water, go to the end station, and then the water tower. Unloading station. No waiting until unloaded. I think we can just reuse the existing assignment group. Because, like I said, groundwork materials can be delivered, but we're not getting to the construction phase that uses the open hull materials until we actually start sending workers to the area. I hope we can run that settlement reliably. It's gonna be important. It's gonna be our first endeavor of like getting more research points and clothing factory, more farming, probably alcohol production and maybe meat production on like the sites. And yeah, reducing the imports as much as possible. Prioritize this. Do we assign the maintenance officers to? They're already assigned, never mind. The worker officers are not assigned. Maybe a single worker doing research? Maybe? Can we afford that? I don't know. I don't feel like we can. There's so many students waiting. Jesus Christ. Maybe I need a student hall and restrict it to 80% or higher loyalty, so we can get them educated. We don't have a low early start student hall, I don't think. There is an early start hall, I believe, but it's not that small. $75 workers. There would be a workaround making sure that all the orphans can move in there, I guess. I don't know if they would move in there. Probably, well, after they grow up to be 21 years old, they probably would. Well, that's gonna consume a lot of food over there. They should feed here instead. I'm gonna unassign the food distribution. The crop distribution for the horses. I believe this one can also feed over at that feeding station. They should have a range of, I think, 2 kilometers? Maybe 1.5, but it should definitely be in range, I believe. Got 150% fertility everywhere. We're not even using fertilizer anymore. Crop rotation OP. Or like not harvesting everything is, I guess, OP. Grain silo, 2 farms attached to it. Maybe... I don't want to build the meat production. I think that causes too many issues with the waste they produce. But meat is the next one. And anything else would be like... be beholden to like an export. No, it has to be clothing. And extra fields, I guess. We could set up a field, like a farm with fields here that just harvests crops, and then there's a distribution office supplying that as like a feed resource for the Republic. So we have like a farm that just makes crops for feeding everything, every horse on the map. But it can be done anywhere. Should not do it with the resources going to the grain silo for the food production. So yeah, I guess that would make sense. Oh boy. Thankfully we currently don't have any water issues, otherwise we would have more problems again. We have some spare water. Three more deliveries of bricks. Then they can go over to steel and mechanical components. Hopefully not delayed for too long. There's a lot of lumber exports in here. There's too many lumber exports. The board storage is going empty. Looks like the logging carts are not bringing enough wood in quickly. So I'll have to bring some of the horse carriages to the construction offices, I guess. We don't want to run out of lumber. That's also our construction material. Does mean we'll have some extra horse carriages for the construction though. They can pick up open hull goods and make sure the resources get delivered to the construction sites a little bit faster than before. Yeah, let's not do it. Let's not overdo it on the board export. How many horses do we have right now? 6. 2 going to it. Oh no, we still have 8. Okay. Yep, let's see how it goes. We might have to reduce the amount even more. I guess we were just slowed down by the traffic jams at the customs house all the time. I think we'll have like 4 horse carriages for water and 1 for big waste in here. And then the big waste would deal with the hazardous waste export and the mixed waste export to the border. And that's about it. And this one would be technical service for small waste. Usually I call it B waste or S waste, but I guess I'll type it out today. No more sewage handling. The other settlement will probably need 2 technical services to bring the sewage to the border. I don't have a sewage unloading point yet. I guess I could build one on the road here somewhere and draw a sewage pipe across. I have not laid out the switches for that at all. I have to demolish this and connect it here, I guess. And then we could run a sewage pipe across. But then again, this was supposed to run its sewage to a nearby water reservoir and get the water delivered from the settlement. For now we'll keep the water import until we have our own building to not run out of water. What would be the plan to evolve the sewage setup after the sewage unloading station in its future, that is? Sewage unloading station. I mean, if we have a sewage unloading station here, that one could deal with like 1, 2, or maybe 3 villages delivering its sewage to this site, which then discharges it here. It wouldn't really need any development after that, unless we like hook everything up to a sewage pipe directly. It's like the idea, do we draw a sewage pipe all the way to the settlement, or do we draw a sewage pipe somewhere here and set up a sewage unloading station which could deal with multiple settlements in the future? Because these extra villages are supposed to not have that many people, I guess. At most 200 citizens, or at most 200 workers, I guess. But they should have specialized functionalities. Like maybe a logging camp, or maybe a sawmill, or maybe like this whole sawmill might go away. It depends on if we can grow our settlement after we have the water supply here. We need more workers that can potentially go to the clothing factory. We get a hub to pass through to an outflow later. It could be, it could have the piping directly to the settlements. I don't know. We're running out of money. The costs of everything is increasing and money drain is speeding up. So I'm gonna prioritize getting to the fact that we need a clothing factory first before we think about like how do we optimize the sewage situation, because sewage is not going to be that expensive and the horse carriages can deal with it, I guess. $12 tons of chemicals. Yep. Deliver chemicals here. Chemicals are gonna be bloody expensive. Oh god, the research is not keeping up, is it? Doesn't look like it. No, we're at 90%. It looks fine. Okay. Oh, not 90%, but we're at 90 people. 23%. It went up. Looks like it's working. Yeah, I have to rush towards a money industry now. Enough faffing about with like loyalty and... I mean, we're still optimizing. Meat production and alcohol production has to happen. It's a huge resource drain for us, especially alcohol. Alcohol, I guess I could stop providing, but then everyone would become really, really miserable. They're drinking alcohol a lot during winter, I guess, and then they're becoming alcohol addicts. Or maybe it's the former orphans demanding a lot of alcohol, who knows. Ton of steel appears to be 200 rubles now. Someone delivering anything here? Maybe not. They have not decided to do that yet. I guess filling the feeders is more important because there's more vehicles running now. Yep, deliver groundwork materials everywhere. We'll start with those soon. As soon as we have the fire station supplied with workers. And once this building is up. Going back to like a 1960s start would be so weird, because you'd be like, I can do things. It's only taking a year and I have stuff built up quickly. Even after I have a settlement, I don't have to like worry about it so much. Almost harvest season. Now the problem is, what do we do if we can't make money? Then I guess we have to like survive until trucks become available. I mean, it has to be possible. Oh, there's the delivery. Oops. Those trucks are important. Those horse carriages are important. I'm trying to make the settlement larger, but yeah, I can't just keep adding houses to it if we're having issues producing food. So the water supply locally has to happen first. Huge costs this month with the chemicals. But hopefully power is not going to be an issue, water is not going to be an issue anymore once this is running. We're exchanging our water import costs for chemicals. Our resources are present. Unassign this. Still need the waste cart in here, I guess. Unassign you. Couple more work days and we have our own water. And of course the chemical deliveries, but yeah, the substations have enough water. And the buildings themselves still have excess water, it'll be fine. We get a little bit extra time. So you need to deliver from here to this building once it's done. Waiting until unloaded. Okay, this route is not ideal. We need to resume food production, which I guess we can now do, since we're planning on making our own water. There you go, water supply. And way fewer workers in here. Like one worker. Probably enough. Maybe two. We'll see. Needs to be good enough quality. And we have, yeah, one worker is enough. We got water for pickup. Locally now. So hopefully that can keep up. The other thing we can add is a dedicated horse carriage transporting water to the food factory from the water purification plant. A single one should be enough. And then we're left with 2 extra horse carriages that we'll see if we need, but I don't think so. And this technical service could now handle and take over the small waste transportation inside the settlement. We'll stop importing food again. I mean, yeah, that's putting a pretty big strain on this. Like, you have to carry this now. Like, I'm saying we now have enough to make our own food again. We got 2.3 tons, 2.35 tons. I'm saying we can make this work. Probably. Keep producing food, keep transporting it over there. And yes, bring in more chemicals. That's so many chemicals. It's so expensive. This warehouse is quite important. Because if this one burns down, then our food and our water supply is basically a little bit screwed. Single worker is doing enough. One horse carriage not even doing anything right now. But they will be busy. It should be a lot better than going to the customs house, and it should deal with the fact that the food factory will still drain from these water substations, but it should be a lot better now. Which means we can focus on the next settlement. I think everything looks like it will work. More groundwork material, please. I mean, I could have 2 carriages again delivering water to the building. I don't need the parking spaces in here, I don't think. We'll produce enough to not have the warning message pop up for insufficient food, which I think it'll do at like 5 tons or so. And then we can lower the amount of production again to like 10 workers and... Well, let's go up to 30 tons. Let's overproduce a little bit right now. Having the storage be empty is not so great. The amount of orphans went down quite drastically. That was probably from last winter, when we had a lot of them. That and when we had the situation with the drinking water, I guess. But it's stabilizing again. Yeah, maybe 2 carriages is fine. Just to reduce the drain of water inside our settlement, I think this will be acceptable. We need to make sure that the water drain in this substations is not too big. And then I guess I don't have to set up the running water to the settlement yet. If we can handle this with like 3 horse carts extra, it'll be fine. And it'll reduce our cost on chemicals because we're not providing running water to the settlement yet. So in the end this will be cheaper. At least it should be. It's more efficient water-wise. We're back to 24% highly educated. Looks neat. Yeah. But I think we're going to build the settlement next time. Because I think I'm going to take my break now. So the next plan is to have the settlement be built up, then plant a clothing factory down, run a supply route from fabric from here to the clothing factory, pick up whatever clothing has been made, bring it to the clothing store and then export. Maybe set up a warehouse on the way so the distribution offices can pick up from the warehouse, and we have a little bit of a domestic supply for when there's something going wrong with the clothing factory, like a building maintenance. But then again, the clothing store is its own warehouse basically, like 5 tons of clothing in here. Not really a concern. Set up the population, bring extra workers to run the clothing factory, and hopefully we can make a profit with it. The settlement has to be built up first to make sure that the fire station can keep on running. Which means that the horse carriages, these 3, can finally run the route again. And we'll see if they provide sufficient workers for the fire station. They basically unload workers, half of which go to the fire station, half of which go to the bus stop. I think I'll even increase that amount to like 30, 70. So only a third of the workers goes to the fire station, and then the rest goes to the bus stop and cycles back and forth, slowly moving the workers into the fire station. Hopefully giving us a slow trickle of firefighters in the area that will deal with any fire that crops up. But yeah, for now, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I think I'll be back. It's gonna be something else though. I think we'll do Mine Mogul. I kind of feel that game. I had a lot of fun with the physics. And even if it's not on sale right now, I really enjoyed the demo and I don't mind. It's basically my parcel simulator alternative. Let's go here. So yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. I'll be back later. I think I'll probably stream over New Year's. I don't think I'll do anything else. Let's see if I can radio to someone who's streaming workers and resources. In English? Nope. No English stream, unfortunately. I guess I'll radio over to Perkas again then, who's streaming Vintage Story. Not sure if it's a New Year's stream. It is a New Year's stream. If you want to stick around for Vintage Story, the Minecraft-esque game that is not Minecraft, with a lot more complexity, but still pretty much like Minecraft. Just in, I guess, Minecraft for, like, saying Minecraft for adults is not giving it the right credit, but yeah. It's its own thing. Anyway, take care everyone, all the best. If I don't see you again, have a good New Year's Eve, and get into 2026 well, and I'll see you next year. Until then, otherwise I'll see you later. Or maybe I don't see you anymore, if you had enough of this. Take care everyone, and maybe I'll see you next time.